Ja, goedemorgen iedereen. Lucie en ik zullen...
Hello to all of you. Lucie and myself, we're going to talk about projects and more specifically about the section dealing with the equality data based upon a disability, physical features, and so why are these data so important? So if we want to effectively combat discrimination and inequality, then all this has to be done based upon facts and not based upon mere intuitions. So it needs to be done on relevant data, and these data are the equality data. As I said, equality data means all data that make it possible to measure equality or inequality in our society, to analyze and describe that situation, qualitative but also quantitative data. We already provided you with that definition. It may remain abstract. So a few concrete examples, for instance, the data from a survey about labor force carried out by Stadbel. And based upon that survey, you can see the occupation rate, which is different between people with a disability and the rest of the population. You can also look at existing administrative data, just as in the socio-economic monitoring of UNIA, where you look at data related to the rental market. If you look for housing for rent, for instance, you also can use data stemming from diversity monitoring. Here you're talking about the number of people with a disability that work for the public authorities. And then you also have the reports, the data stemming from the complaints. So all this gives you an idea of the discrimination that are reported at UNIA, for instance, and also qualitative data is important. In a UNIA report from a few years ago, we asked about the thresholds for disability people if they wanted to vote during the elections. So, and these data are very important and useful to have a mapping of the status of discrimination and the development, and to also identify some forms of discrimination that are not visible, to make them more visible, and to better understand the underlying mechanisms, and also based upon all that information, you can then develop a policy that will make it possible to combat these discriminations. There are also some other elements for which these data may be useful. If we look at the situation in Belgium, you can look at it regarding the compliance with human rights. You can also raise the awareness of people as to the importance of non-discrimination and use these as complementary piece of evidence in the case of legal proceedings. During our presentation, we're going to talk about criteria and domains on several occasions. So one of the criteria are the criteria covered by the non-discrimination legislation. So these are criteria that ban some types of discriminations, the color of the skin, sexual orientation, disability. So when we're talking about criteria, it means who is discriminated against, for which reason, in which situation. Then you have the fields of domains, and this is where discrimination can be identified. It's possible in different life domains, at work, and when people are being recruited, in education, when people are looking for housing. So in the equality data, so you look at inequality based upon some criteria and some fields or domains. For instance, I talked about the survey on labor force. These data are talking about inequality based upon the disability criterion on the labor market. This was the field or the domain. So this IBCD project is aimed at improving collection. So we do it based upon the existing data that are being collected, looking at the shortcomings, the gaps, and then we express recommendations. So a first strand was already developed. So we did it regarding some criteria, the racial criteria, the ethnic origin, the nationality, the religious beliefs, philosophical beliefs, sexual orientation, the expression, the identity of gender, and sexual characteristics. All this has already been published, and now we have come to the second strand, so IEDCB2, where two sections. So the first section was related to the self-definition of origin, so following the recommendations made in the first project. So here we're talking about racial discriminations, and the colleagues will tell us more about this. And then during the second strand, we repeated this and we extended this to other criteria like disability, the health status, and physical characteristics. So we carried out this project improving equality data collection based upon these criteria. But what was our aim? Our aim was first to know which data were already existing regarding these criteria in Belgium. We also wanted to know what were the data missing. We also wanted to understand how we could improve data collection regarding this disability based upon disability, health status, and physical characteristics. And we wanted to make recommendations regarding data collection in the future for these data. So which definitions did we use? We used definitions in cooperation with the people we worked with and we met in the projects. For disability, we used the UN definition. So these are people with physical, mental, intellectual, or sensorial disabilities whose interaction with their environment can really be barriers that would not allow them to be treated on an equal feature. So here we're talking about disability and also the interactions with an environment which is not adapted. Regarding the health status, the definition we used is the current, the past health status, or the future health status, for instance, for people with cancer. And for physical features, we used the following definition. So any characteristic that is related to appearance that may potentially be stigmatizing for the person, which is not related to other discrimination criteria like a religion, a disability, the color of the skin. We might think of birth stains. So I talked about methodology. We started with a stock-taking exercise. Therefore, we asked the people we met about the different sources, data sources that already existed regarding health status, disability, and physical characteristics in Belgium. Once we had all these sources based upon a decision tree, we selected them. So based upon the criteria, we looked at the criteria, were they relevant, what about the type of data, were the sources published after 2010, were these sources accessible to the public, because our aim was to have sources that need to be accessible to all, and if these were academic sources, we only took the ones published by third parties and were they related to data regarding Belgium. Once we selected all these sources, we mapped them in what we call the mapping tool. It's an Excel sheet that allowed us to really classify the sources in different categories in order to conduct analysis. Therefore, we took the criteria in the sources, so the domains, the fields, the types of data, which geographical areas covered, the language of the source, did we have the intersectionality in these data, so crossing among the different criteria. And here we also carried out crowdsourcing, so we met and we asked the actors in the field about all this. So Therefore, we carried out a focus group. It's an advisory group with 35 people, and several of these people are present here during the meeting. And these were stakeholders from the Statistics Institutes, from the academic world, from civil society, people working in the fields covered by the different criteria. We had 3 meetings during the project, and those people were invited to provide feedback on the contents of the report. So we also carried out a survey, and here we wanted to really ask a wider public about the use of data regarding these data based upon disability, health status, physical characteristics, which were the relevant sources. What about the shortcomings, the gaps identified? Were these people working and were familiar with intersectionality, self-definition, and so on and so forth? And then we conducted 8 in-depth interviews with experts from the disability sector, the mental health sector, chronic diseases sector. And thanks to this, we could identify a number of gaps. And based upon this, we came up with recommendations. First, what were the gaps that we could identify based upon the stock-taking exercise of the sources? As a whole, based upon all criteria, you have 527 sources, and 232 are dealing with disability, health status, and physical characteristics. In terms of sources dealing with disability, we found 187 of them. And many of them are dealing with the employment, health and well-being as domains. You see that many sources deal with education and housing as fields. You see that other fields, the other domains category is also recurrent. We're talking about leisure, participation, social protection, access to the services, safety experiences in terms of violence. You have a few sources dealing with disability in the field of justice and police, the media, and digitalization. Regarding the sources dealing with the health status, the fields that are recurrent are not really the same as for the sources related to disability. You see that many sources are dealing with the well-being and health. Very few are dealing with employment, housing, and you see that very few sources are dealing with justice and police, digitalization, and the media. There are few sources also dealing with education and poverty. Then in terms of sources dealing with physical characteristics criterion, you have only 14 sources, and 8 of them are dealing with health and well-being. So these are related to mental health or complaints related to well-being, and a limited number of sources related to physical characteristics may be explained by our decision-making tree. So we did not take purely academic sources, and we took sources related to data about Belgium and not sources covering international data. But what could this stock-taking exercise tell us more next to these specific data and numbers? So, as I said, we categorize the sources and we rank them. And so we highlighted the ones with intersectionality. So how does intersectionality appear in equality data? Intersectionality may appear in 2 different ways. In the equality data, either you have a full-fledged analysis of a situation of intersectionality. You look at the situation of an individual at the intersection, and you look at the nature of that situation and all the power forces that also have an impact, and you look at the intersectionality between both. Or you, in the equality data, you find intersectionality disability by crossing. So you look at different data, and for instance, you have a table with disability and gender, and based upon this, you understand that one group is in a specific situation versus another group, but you want to know so much about the context related to the reasons why that person in this situation. So in our stock-taking exercise, we saw that some of these data may be found based upon simple crossing of data, so a table based upon disability and gender. In 20 to 25% of the sources analyzed, these appear out of data based upon gender and age. And the last thing we could draw out of our stock-taking exercise is related to the types of methods used in that exercise. Only 6 sources are covering data based upon discrimination tests, and most of the data are related to administrative data and survey-based data. So this is what this inventory allowed us to identify in terms of gaps, shortcomings. Now I'd like to highlight 6 of the gaps that crowdsourcing allowed us to highlight. I'm losing my mic, sorry. I've been asked to remove my earrings. So, after this small technical break, so let me talk about the 6 gaps or shortcomings that we could identify with the experts. First one, something which is quite clear. There are problems in terms of definitions and the comparability of the definitions used for data. Very often the same definitions are not being used, and therefore data cannot be comparable. And so experts have recommended either to use the same definition, or the definitions that are used should be clearly stated in order for the data to be compared among themselves. Then there is a clear lack of need for reliable data related to disability. So in the data definition that was used, this definition, in fact, is a highly medical definition of disability. It doesn't consider the fact that the environment is not adapted and that this leads to a specific situation of disability. Then the definitions, which are very often used, perceive disability as a uniform situation, while experts in the field kept on telling us that disability is not a uniform situation. The degree, the nature of disability is specific to each person, and this needs to be taken into account in data collection. And then also, there are some specific groups who are being forgotten in data collection. We're talking about people with a severe mental disability in the data. You also have missing topics, for instance, quantifying situation of the people in a situation of disability, quantifying the reasonable adaptations, and quantifying the rights that are not being complied with. And the experts ask for more standardization in variable disability in data collection.
The third gap that we could identify through crowdsourcing is that we need more full and reliable data regarding the health situation and physical characteristics. This has also to do with confidentiality of data, and the availability, therefore, is quite limited. Regarding physical characteristics, we need a standardized tool in order to be able to collect data on this topic. And then finally, the fourth gap that we identified with the experts is the lack of intersectional data, because sometimes different criteria come into play, and even though there might be data, very often there's not enough information regarding specific topics such as gender, for instance, women with a handicap, age, for example, the experience of children with a disability, and other criteria as well, such as social origin or situation, national or ethnic origin, skin color, language, family situation, and sexual orientation. So it really is important to gather more data on these topics in order to understand complex situations and to keep in mind the different dimensions. If we do not have the intersectional data, we cannot really have a full picture of the situation at stake. The fifth gap that we could identify with the experts is the problem of availability and accessibility of data. There are a number of reasons for this. The inaccessibility of data has to do with the fact that some data are available only in one language and perhaps not in English or in German. Also, a problem is that people with a disability might not have access to the data, perhaps because of the language used, or perhaps the fact that a website is not accessible for visually or otherwise impaired people. And the sixth gap has to do with the fact that the skills in Belgium and the competencies are spread on a political level. So it is important to have data, but it is even more important to have political decisions based on them. And there's also a great need for more local data, because very often the political decisions are made locally. Now I've presented all the shortcomings, and I will give the floor to my colleague Sarah in order to give us a better understanding of how the different criteria can be assessed. Yes, I think that in the meantime, we've understood that it would be a good thing to have more equality data, to collect them and make them available. But it is also important to do this in a correct way. And one of the challenges is to make sure that we can also measure the data when we collect them. For example, a concept such as disability, how can we turn it into a measurable and quantifiable variable? It's important to think about this because there are different methods, and it really depends on the objective that we have when we collect data to be able to choose the right method. My colleague also said that very often it is difficult to compare data, so we have to think about operationalization and the criteria that we use. That might also increase the comparability of data. Next, it is important to understand what we're talking about, because very often we see that there can be confusion between different concepts and problems. If we understand what we're talking about, we can avoid such confusion. And also, when we talk about data regarding personal characteristics, we do need to keep in mind the human rights that have to be respected. People have the right to have the free choice of making data available, and it is also important that the data collection in itself is not stigmatizing. We deal with two topics regarding the operationalization of the data, and the first one has to do with the disability measurement. The first question that we have to ask ourselves is, what do we want to measure? Is it enough to measure whether people have or do not have a disability? And then we can make a distinction in the data between people with and people without a disability. But perhaps it might also be interesting to have information about the type of disability or the degree. in which somebody suffers from a disability, and we might also know more about specific conditions. How do we want to measure? This is the second question that we have to answer, and in literature we find a lot of information about advantages and disadvantages. First of all, it is possible to use a number of survey questions. We have, for example, the GALI survey, which measures in general whether somebody can be considered to be a person with a disability or not. But there are also a number of other methods. The Washington Group short set, for example, is a limited set of questions, and you can ask questions about specific types of disabilities, such as impaired visibility. And you can also make a distinction between groups of people depending on the type of disability that they're being confronted with. When you collect data, you can gather a lot of information. Now, this is a these are well-known methods, and this makes it possible to reach a large number of people and to collect comparable data. On the other hand, it is also true that the questions are not always translated or applied in the same way in different regions, so that might be a restriction. Another method is to use information that is already available because it was collected in the context of administrative procedures. For example, to determine whether somebody can be recognized as a person with a disability or not, or whether somebody can receive an allowance or not. If we link these data with other data, then we can get a lot of information about inequality. The major disadvantage here is comparability, once again, because in Belgium there are so many competent authorities that all use different methods to determine whether somebody has or has not an ability, a disability. And there's also a major question of non-take-up, which is quite a problem as well. And when we also use the principles of auto-definition, my colleague will speak about that later, it's also important to keep that in mind. Now, if we use this and we apply this to the existing methods, then we see that some will use this principle and others will not. A second topic that we deal with in the report, and it has to do with health and physical characteristics, is the discrimination based on weight or obesity. Now, this is an interesting topic, and if you're interested, you can read the report, but I will give you the general conclusions. So when we talk about fat phobia in English, then we talk about discrimination against fat people or the stigmatization of fat people. And the word fat is a neutral term without any negative connotations. It is based on physical characteristics only. We talked with a number of stakeholders, and when we talk about discrimination against fat people, it is important to avoid terms such as obesity or overweight, because those are terms with a medical connotation. Obesity refers to a chronic illness that has to do with a malfunctioning of the fat tissue. And this can be an issue with fat people, but not necessarily. So there's not a one-on-one relationship between the two. The experts also told us that there's a lot of disinformation, and that means that very often it is difficult to get the right diagnosis and the right care. That is, once again, a foundation of discrimination, but based on a medical condition and not necessarily on weight. So, in general, we can say that we need more information about these two types of discrimination, and when we collect information, it is important to make a distinction between the two. People have to be very explicit about the definitions and assumptions used. We've given you a lot of results, but it is also important to understand what the main messages are, what recommendations are. Recommendations for people who collect data in Belgium, but also for people who use those data, policymakers, and people who need to make sure that those decisions can also be accepted in society. So first of all, it is important to fill the gaps that my colleague mentioned earlier on. That can be done, for example, by some type of handy streaming, which means that the term of disability would be taken into account whenever data are gathered. We also need more information. We need more specific information about domains and about intersectionality and about discrimination tests. Now, it's also important to know that there is not enough information about the type of disability, so it is difficult to make a distinction between different groups. We also need more consultation between the different authorities in order to make sure that data can be comparable, and it is important to think about the principle of auto-definition to see how it can be used in a broader way. We've seen that there's hardly any information about discrimination based on physical characteristics, so it is quite urgent to collect information on this topic in order to understand the situation in Belgium. This also means that we need the right definition of the criterion, that we also need tools to measure this, and that we need a coordinated approach to collect data. For example, by taking this topic on board when we use discrimination tests. We've also seen that a number of groups are not really taken into account, or they're not well represented in the surveys. For example, people with a heavy mental disability, or also people who live in collective social housing. They very often are not taken into account when surveys are being organized. And that means that we do not have data regarding these people in our data set. So it is important to have specific surveys for those people. And it's also important that the surveys can be adapted to people with a disability so that they can also take part in the survey. So, for instance, by using audio description or sign language interpreters. We've also noticed that a lot of research is being done in a participatory way, so people are being involved, but very often this is done on a pro forma basis only. Very often projects do not have the right resources, or those projects might not have enough time or flexibility either in order to really have a full-fledged participation of these people. So it is important to think about this so that they can really be involved in the collection of data regarding themselves. Then it's also important to make the equality data more available and accessible by having more transparency and good documentation, by making sure that the data can also be accessed by people with a disability. And it is important to have this information also in the longer run, because very often reports get lost, and that is a pity because it takes a lot of time and energy and resources to write these reports. And then our final recommendation, which is the most important one, it is important to use the equality data more. Now, something that can happen is that the data can be made available in a more systematic way to allow for a closer monitoring of whatever happens in society. And it is also important that these data can be used in policy making and in assessing specific political decisions. In Belgium, there is a lot of equality data already, and it is important to make sure that you can find the data that you need. And we have an online tool for that. We've talked about equality data. We've talked about the Equality Data Hub. If you want to, you can scan the QR code and you will get to the website immediately, either in French or in Dutch. During the first project, IEDCB1, my colleagues developed some kind of an online library for the equality data so that people could find and use the data needed. There was already a lot of information available, but we updated the data and we also added extra layers. We are now talking about disability, health, and physical characteristics. And we've also made sure that it is easier to find right data by using keywords, for example. If you want data regarding reasonable adjustments, you can just use those keywords and you will find the information that is available in Belgium regarding reasonable adjustments. Also, intersectionality is something that can be used. It's under other filters. That's where you can find it. So it is important to have the possibility to use or find information regarding several criteria. So you can just click on the criteria that you want. Here, for example, we've got disability, and then you can also click on work, which means that you're looking for data regarding disability in the field of work, and you will then have more than 70 different sources of data. And I hope, of course, that you will then find the data that you were looking for. This is a site that we updated. Thank you very much for listening. I know that there was a lot of information, and I would now like to know whether you have any questions about what we've been presenting. And if so, we are really very curious to find out what you want to know, and we will try to answer your questions. Thank you. Any questions on the chat or here in the room? So first, perhaps in the room. Thank you. I hope the mic is on. Thank you for this presentation. I wanted to ask you how many protected criteria there are in the non-discrimination legislation. I know that it is not necessarily one specific piece of legislation, but I wanted to know whether you have any information whatsoever on this. And then also the criterion that is used in the Walloon area of Belgium, but not in the rest of Belgium, and it has to do with family composition, if I'm not mistaken. Thank you. Thank you for this question, and it is not an easy question indeed, because we've got different anti-discrimination legislation initiatives on various levels. We used to say that there were 19 different pieces of legislation. Now there are 20. Because when we talk about gender, we're talking about discrimination based on gender, but we also talk about discrimination based on pregnancy, for example. And if we then also add the discrimination based on family composition, then indeed we have more than 20 different pieces of legislation. Good question, though. I wanted to know regarding the data collected, and based on the fact that it is a broad and vast field, which is also very complex. This has also to do with the restrictions that you can be confronted with. And I would like to know whether there is not a very big problem that certain disabilities are overrepresented and some others are underrepresented. For example, all the disabilities based on cognitive or intellectual capabilities. If you're in a wheelchair, for example, it is quite clear what the disability is about and what measures need to be taken. But when you have a more complex disability, then everything becomes more spread out. It is difficult to collect the data, and it's also difficult to process the data. That is true. I can just confirm what you've just said. And we've thought a lot about the definition of disability because we wanted to be broad enough but also specific enough. And that is why we have added the possibility to use keywords. so that you can really use a specific type of disability to find the data regarding that disability. And this also makes it possible to understand what disabilities are better or less well represented. And would also like to add that if we would really measure on specific disorders, it would become very difficult to do it in the same way all the time, for example. But we do have, for example, the Washington Group short set, and these are 6 questions about 6 different types of disability, and an intellectual disability is also part of these different categories. It's still a broad category. We cannot really specify the type of disability or the reasons around the identification as such, but if we could use some large groups of disability, then we would already have more detailed information, or we could study the data in a more detailed way. It is also important to include the option of adding an answer when a specific question is being asked, because for some people, the right answer might not be given in a different category, so it is important to include an open answer so that people can also describe the situation that they feel applies to them. Hello, I have a question regarding the concept of intersectional discrimination. If I've understood things correctly, then in your database you do have a filter intersectionality to cross data. Now, crossing data might not correspond with the legal definition in the law or in several decrees. So I am asking the question, I do not have the answer, but perhaps it would have been better to use a different term. Is this something that you've reflected upon? We did reflect upon that. Now, if we would have had intersectional data that would correspond in full to the definition and the full intersectionality description, then we probably would not have had a lot of data. So we thought that it's better to have some data rather than none, even though they are not perfect. And you might have data based on such a crossing of criteria. It's probably better than not having anything at all, but it is true that the term in itself might be confusing. And we also have some information about what the different filters really mean. So on our website, people can find information about that. We've also thought about other types of crossing information. I think that it's important, well, we think that it's important to really focus also on intersectionality, even though we might not have reached the desired stage, but in such a way we can at least draw the attention of people to this problem. Hello. I was wondering whether in your data hub you also have made some qualitative analysis of the sources that you suggest. So if you have a number of criteria, you might end up with a list of 20 sources. Would you then put the most qualitative ones on top? Is this something that you've worked on or not? At this point in time, that is not the case. The sources will be presented in a random order, but it is a very good suggestion indeed, because we have thought about what we could do for the future. Perhaps work in a more selective way, because very often we have a lot of sources, or perhaps it would also be interesting to really emphasize on a number of sources because they have been organized on a large scale, etc. So this is certainly something that we can reflect upon for the future. It is also possible to limit the number of sources by adding extra filters. For example, if you want to focus on data for Brussels, because that is where you work, then you can add that filter and you will get a shorter list of sources and you will have more relevant sources automatically. But it's a good suggestion because we want the Data Hub to be more user-friendly. So if you have any suggestions, you can share them now or you can send them by email. Is there anyone else who would like to ask a question? I would like to know how you can convince data providers to use these surveys, because in my own area of competence, the establishments are not really willing to use those methods. So what could I do? Is there a legal framework that I can use? So I know that it's a more general question, but I think that it is important because some people tend to think that it is entirely impossible to collect these data. In the first stage, we had a chapter in the report about the legal framework, so perhaps you can find some answers there. Yes, and because we now have recommendations, we will also do an outreach exercise during the weeks to come so that these recommendations can really be used in practice so that the main messages can come across. I know that there's a lot of miscommunication about the legislation, so it is certainly true that we can do more in this area. It is important to state what is possible, which principles should be respected, and to show that things are not necessarily as difficult as people might think. And I would like to add something because UNIA is working with the monitoring do-it-yourself. That is a tool that already exists. You can find all the legal principles in that, and we are developing a new document, a new note with probably more information. So that is quite interesting. And the first thing that people should know is that anonymous data are legal data. Now, it can not always be used in such a way, and there's a lot of confusion about this too. I have a question from the chat. In what way do you try to also use European frames of reference? For example, the directive on sustainability reporting, because inclusion is also part of that. Can you say something about that? We do, of course, base ourselves on European directives, but indeed there is a directive on the reporting. And if you use, for example, the questions of the Washington short set of questions, then this is in line with the recommendations of Europe as well. So we just try to make sure that we can lobby more so that these things can also be applied in Belgium.
Quelqu'un d'autre a encore?
Does anyone else want to put another question? Yes, I have a small question. I'm surprised to see that in your search engine you have a new element regarding socioeconomic differences or social class. Do you have any suggestions? It's a very good point. We haven't dealt with this criteria in data collection, so it would certainly be very interesting to do it, but we haven't done it yet. Good. If there are no further questions, I suggest that we now have a break. So, hello to all of you. I am Hélène Rings. This is my colleague Rachel Warniers. For 1 year and a half, Rachel, myself, and our two colleagues, we worked around the self-definition of origin and the equality data in Belgium. Before sharing the outcome of our research work, we would like to put a question to you. No, it's a pity here. No. So let me say that, well, this is a distribution. You see three groups of origin based upon StatBel. The largest category is accounted by Belgians of Belgian origin. In yellow, you have the non-Belgian people, and in blue, you have Belgian people of a foreign origin. In which group do you think you are? This is my question. I'm not waiting for your answer. You have no say as to the category you are in, because this pie that was developed by StatBel is based upon your current nationality, the first nationality you had when at birth, and then the nationality of your parents. So based upon this, you have data compiled by StatBel. But there is another way of collecting data regarding your origin where you might have a say, and this is called self-definition. So here you see, well, self-definition here in visible minorities in Canada, they collect data on the origin, and then you take the category to which you feel you belong to. This can also be seen in the U.S. census system. The Irish census also, and the Irish representatives will talk about this at the beginning of the afternoon. This is the Australian census that is also working based upon self-definition. So you see that many Anglo-Saxon countries are used to working with self-definition. This is from Ireland, and the previous one was from the UK. But you also see this in Belgian surveys. This was a Belgian survey that was sent to several institutions. We received it at UNIA, so you see different categories. You can see this in EU surveys. So this is a European social survey, European survey based upon different countries, and the grids were adapted to different countries. This is the one for Belgium. Here you see a Belgian, Flemish, or French-speaking, Rom, Turkish, from Berber, and you also have the audio category, and in that list you may tick 2 options as a maximum to define your origin. So what are the data that we have regarding origin in Belgium? We have quite a few self-definitions. So what you've seen here on the screenshots is not very widely used in Belgium. It's done in the academic environment or for surveys adapted to Belgium. But in Belgium, we mainly have administrative data. My colleagues talked about this. These are data that are already available regarding use. So the Crossroads Bank from Social Security or the National Register data on some of these, and the socioeconomic monitoring that was conducted by UNIA and the SPF employment gave rise to such data. You had a distribution of origin in the different fields of employment, and this was self-definition was then based upon proxies. So what do we mean by proxies? These are indirect variables that are going to be selected to define the origin of the person. So here you use already available data, such as the nationality of the person at birth. It can also be the postcode or the language spoken at home or the name of the person. So these are indications you have around about the person in order to determine the category to which you belong for your origin. So why are we interested in these categories related to origin? Because, well, measuring means means knowledge. When you have such data related to the origin of the person, it allows you to identify some groups at risk of discrimination, or to see in some fields of life the diversity or the lack of diversity that can be observed. And if you have some quantitative data, you can then take political steps, actions, and afterwards you can also assess to what extent the steps, the actions that you took to amend diversity, see whether they were effective or not. So it allows you to measure the impact of some policies, and it also allows you to base your policies on facts and not on intuitions based upon the feelings people have. So unlike what is very often thought, it's not banned to collect data on the origin. It's not always banned, but it has to comply with strict rules. You have to comply with a legal framework, but the legal framework makes it possible to collect data based upon the origin. So my colleague will tell us more now about self-definition.
Today we present a project, a research project on auto-definition of origin. But what does it mean? So this is the definition. So auto-definition means that characteristics or data about a specific person are provided for by that person. And the person in question can either choose to provide data or choose not to. And this has to do with personal characteristics, for example, origin. That is what we're talking about today. But it could also be about disability, sexual orientation, or gender identity, for example. So we are focusing on auto-definition regarding origin. So how can this take place? Very often it is done in a questionnaire. We've seen some examples previously. And one of the questions can be, how do you define your origin? Or it is possible also to ask people, how do you think that other people see you? Or it is possible to ask about different experiences of discrimination, for example. Auto-definition is one of the principles of the human rights-based approach to data. And a lot of European directives also recommend auto-definition. So there are a lot of good practices, but as was said previously, in Belgium it is not often used. There are a number of conditions. First of all, it is very important that if you use auto-definition, that you use a voluntary answer. So people should have the possibility to refuse to answer at any point in the survey. And it is also possible for people to give several answers. So, for example, 2, 3, or 4 different origins, that should be allowed too. So more than one possible answer. And it is also important that there is a possibility to give an open answer so that people can really indicate their origin openly. A second condition is that categories are co-constructed. That means that there is participation of the groups in drafting the survey and the possible answers. And then finally, now that was a bit too quick, there's also a third important condition, which is that collecting data based on auto-definition should not be harmful or stigmatizing for specific groups. So it is important that stereotypes are not confirmed or reinforced through the survey. Now, why is it so important to use auto-definition in all these good practices? Well, there are a number of good reasons, there are a number of advantages. First of all, it means that people can use their right to auto-determination. So people can determine their origin themselves. That means that it's not somebody else who will define the origin of somebody. It gives people more power. Furthermore, it also keeps in mind the multiple and fluid type of origin, nature of origin. We have a very diverse society, and people sometimes have several origins, and this is something that we can more easily capture through auto-definition than through administrative data. Furthermore, it also offers the possibility to take into account visible markers of origin. Visible markers can play an important role in discrimination. Skin color, for example, but also language or accent or name. Those are things that will often play a role in discrimination, and if you use auto-definition, then you can keep that in mind. It is also something that is quite relevant over generations, because we have a multi-diverse society where people have several family relationships, for example, that can be rendered through auto-definition and not through administrative data, because administrative data might look at the nationality of parents, but of course, origins go back further in time, grandparents, great-grandparents, etc. And that is very difficult to capture in administrative data. So auto-definition would be a lot better. But there are also some disadvantages, of course, and we will also mention those. The major one is that it becomes quite difficult to define the answer categories. As I was saying previously, when you ask a question, you need a number of answer categories that you predefine, preferably in consultation with the group in question. But it is not easy, because it is very difficult to take on board all the nuances or all the complexities of a multicultural society. So you are always going to oversimplify reality. So that is a major risk. Nevertheless, it is important that these categories cover all the different groups in our society. It is important to keep in mind a number of factors and to include people. Now, perhaps I should have explained previously why we need those categories. Do we really need categories? Well, we do, because otherwise we cannot carry out any analysis. If you just have an open answer possibility, you just ask anyone to fill out their origin, then it becomes very difficult to find categories afterwards. And it will become necessary to regroup the answers afterwards, which means that you kind of lose the advantage of using the auto-definition in your question. So that is why it is better to have categories from the start, even though it's not easy. A second disadvantage is that there might be a risk of under-reporting, because there is a possibility that certain people or certain groups that might be discriminated against in Belgium, that they would not indicate that they have a non-Belgian origin, or that they do not have another skin color than white. For whatever reason, perhaps they might be afraid of what will happen with their data, or perhaps they do not really agree. Perhaps they do not really want to be labeled like that. Or perhaps people feel different. They might just feel Belgian after all. And that means that you miss out on part of the population that we actually wanted to map out. So this really means that it is important that there's enough trust in the process of data collection.
So let's take 3 examples. Those are fictitious people. So let us take Marie, Ahmed, and Thomas. The 3 of them are Belgians, and their parents are also Belgians, but the 3 of them underwent some discrimination based upon their origin. Marie because of her dark skin color, Ahmed because he has a typically foreign name, and Thomas because he's Jewish. If you look at data based upon discrimination or people who are the victims of racism, in the three cases, nationality is not a relevant measurement tool. It won't say anything about the discriminations they've had to go through because the three of them are Belgians, but they were subject to discrimination because of their origin. So if they were to provide a self-definition, and if we had more data related to this, could we hereby understand much more clearly who is a victim of discrimination? So this is what we wanted to look at. We need more self-definition in the equality data in Belgium to fight against discrimination. But if this is the case, how would we work in terms of self-definition? Through which categories? How would we really tackle this? And if so, also under which conditions? Is it legal? Who could do it? How should we then deal with this if we were to use self-definition more? And then what about the groups concerned? What do they think about this? Do they have an opinion about this? How would they approach self-definition? Would there be a ratio in favor or against self-definition? So we asked the people of foreign origin and we questioned them about this. And we wondered, would it really be helpful to identify more groups of people who are impacted by discrimination and racism, people that are not being really reached out. If we look at nationality, because we look at the origin, like we're talking about the travelers or the Roma population or the Jews or the color of the skin. So to deal with all these issues, we really follow the participative approach with the UN principle of nothing around us without us, and we abode by European guidelines that are being used by different countries in order to improve the equality data. And so this methodology started with literature overview, review. We looked at what was going on in Belgium, but also elsewhere. We looked at the lines of thought that already existed in order to really take stock of existing literature. Then we also considered an advisory group, but in that group we gathered different civil society associations fighting against racism and representing different public groups. And so we had 3 meetings with them in order to get feedback on the methodology we used, the approach we followed, so to get a feedback from people from the field. So we really want to thank all those who took part in these advisory groups. And in consultation with some of these associations, first we also conducted interviews with experts. So we had interviews with academic experts, but also experts dealing with statistics. And we also looked at what was taking place in other European countries when they conducted surveys on discrimination. So we asked them about their experiences, how they developed these categories or lists of categories, and we learned a lot from their experiences. And thanks to all the feedback we got from the advisory group, also we conducted 10 focus groups. So this is a qualitative methodology that makes it possible for opinions to emerge. And 77 people of foreign origin were part of these focus groups. So we asked them about, well, how do they self-define themselves? What do they think about the collection of data regarding the origin? We learned a lot about the approach to be really followed through these discussions. Thanks to the focus group discussions, we could draft an online survey that we disseminated during the month of December, and 370 people answered that survey. We're going to share the results of this survey afterwards. And we had several goals. We wanted to test out several ways of measuring the origin. The first way is simply based upon the nationality and the nationality of parents. We also wanted to test out self-definition. And in self-definition, we wanted to try required several questions and several types of lists of categories. And what is quite interesting, according to us, is that, well, after testing out these different lists of questions and categories, we asked people about their feeling during the survey. Did you feel ill at ease when having to answer a given question, or where did you feel more at ease? And so based upon this, we could highlight the questions that were more or less appropriate. And thanks to the open questions, we could also see what were the categories we may have forgotten, maybe the ones that were left aside. So this online survey also allowed us to really make a link between the proxies, the information that people mentioned for the first question, and the way they define themselves. And we could see that self-definition could sometimes be useful to identify groups at risk of discrimination, groups that might have been left aside. My colleague is going to talk about this.
Indeed. We've used these different methods to gather a lot of input, a lot of information. And we analyzed all that information, and we asked feedback of the sounding board, the consultative body. And a lot of the results can be found in the report that you will be able to find at the back of this room later on. But we've got three major messages that we wanted to present to you today, because we did not want to overload you. And the first message is that auto-definition does indeed have an added value to identify discrimination. So auto-definition makes it possible to better understand a group of people that are at risk of discrimination in our society. How did we proceed? Well, Helene more or less explained this. Within our survey, we asked the questions in order to have a proxy method and in order to have an auto-definition approach, and we compared the data in order to really understand whether there are things that one of the two methods can capture better than the other. And I will explain this in a bit more detail. First of all, I would like to compare the types of questions that we've used in our questionnaire regarding origin. So first of all, we had a question based on geographical answers. So this was an auto-definition question. And we defined the possible answers based on the input of the focus groups and based on literature. And the first list of answers was a geographical list. So we really decided to look at the 5 major groups as separate categories: France, Belgium, Turkey, Moroccan. And then we had all the different continents, so that everybody normally was able to recognize themselves in at least one category. There were also several answers possible, up to 4. So the question was, how do you define your origin? Then we had another auto-definition question in which we used ethnocultural categories. We did not have those answers in the first list of geographical answers. So it's a different list, and here we based ourselves on ethnocultural or visible markers. So Rom was a category, Jewish was a category. Those were categories that were not part of the geographical list. We also had white, black, Moroccan, for example, so we had a number of categories like that. Then we had an open auto-definition question, because we also wanted to understand whether there were perhaps certain categories that we had not scheduled, but that could still be considered to be important. The fourth question had to do with the possible experiences of discrimination. So the question was, have you already experienced discrimination, and if so, based on what? Name, language, skin color, etc. Then we had a number of questions regarding the proxies method. So the question was, what is your nationality? What was your nationality at birth and what was the nationality of birth of your parents. And as Hélène said, we also wanted to understand what people thought about all those questions and about auto-definition in general, or about measuring somebody's origin in general. Now, we've also compared, or we wanted to compare, auto-definition and a proxy method. And in order to do so, we used questions 1, 2, and 5. And based on those questions, we defined our own proxy variable. How did we do that? Well, we largely based ourselves on the Stadtbels origin variable. It's our own statistics institution, and on their website they are very clear about how they made their proxy variables. So they use administrative data of the National Register. We do not have those informations, so that is why we used the information that people gave us in the questionnaire. And based on that, nationality at birth, and nationality at birth of the parents, we created our own variable, the same one as the one that Stadtbel uses, but just for our own survey. And this was the result. 42% of people in our survey are Belgians with a foreign origin. 38% are Belgians of a Belgian origin based on the proxy method, and 19% were non-Belgians. And for 2% of the respondents, we did not have enough information. In order to make the comparison with auto-definition, we used one of these groups, the Belgians of Belgian origin, because we could think that this is a group that would normally not be at risk of discrimination based on origin. That does not mean that there will never be any discrimination based on origin against Belgians of a Belgian origin, because there still are cases, but very often it will be people of a different origin or a different skin color that would be discriminated against. So we used this category and we asked the question, now you have a group of people of Belgian origin. Now, if you ask these people how they see themselves, would you then get the same answers? Because we've used, first of all, the proxy variable in order to constitute this category, and then we wanted to know how these people see themselves. And we've then made the comparison. So first of all, the question with the geographical answers. 29.5% of this specific group of Belgians of Belgian origin, 29% of those people say that they have a mixed origin or non-Belgian origin. And this was only for this limited group of people. So about 30% of these people state that their origin is mixed or non-Belgian. It's quite a large percentage. We did the same thing for the ethno-cultural answers. So once again, for this same group of people, 31% of the people, so it's more or less the same percentage, 31% of these so-called Belgians of Belgian origin belong to a non-white or mixed origin group. And we were quite surprised ourselves, because this clearly means that some people of this group of Belgians of Belgian origin, according to the proxy method, they would see themselves differently if we use auto-definition. And it also means that quite a large group of people who are at risk of discrimination cannot be found using the proxy method, but can be found if you use the auto-definition method. And we did the same exercise, but the other way around, so to speak. We wanted to understand whether there are certain things that auto-definition could not identify, whereas the proxy method could. So we looked at the group that defines themselves as being of Belgian or EU origin, and we compared that with the proxy method. So the whole group of people who say that they are of Belgian or EU origin, there's 10% that, based on the proxy method, would be of a foreign or non-Belgian origin. So there's once again a group that has a certain risk of discrimination that we cannot identify if we use auto-definition, but that we can identify if we use the proxy method. So this is true for our survey, and the group is also smaller than the first one, but this cannot necessarily be said for the whole of Belgium. It's just for our own survey. So, as I said previously, this shows that auto-definition clearly has an added value based on a proxy method. Actually, we could even say that these two methods complete each other. They're complementary, because the proxy method also has some advantages. This is a method that uses existing information. So actually, the two methods could be used in one data collection process, actually, because they are so complementary. And we would actually recommend to choose your method in function of the objectives, in function of the context that you're working in. So this should indicate which method would be most appropriate. You should always keep in mind that both methods have disadvantages, but also advantages.
Le deuxième message clé qu'on a envie
The second key message we want to convey is that indeed self-definition is an added value to identify discrimination, but you need to use self-definition with a sensitive approach based upon human rights, because through the different methods, we've understood that defining your origin is not something which is being done very simply, and defining your origin may also give rise to traumas related to discrimination or racism experiences. It may be also relate to the fact that this question is being raised on a daily basis to those people. Where do you come from? This is not always easy to really answer that question. It can bring back some painful memories. And we looked at this in the survey when we asked in some questions, were you the victim of discrimination based upon origin? And this is one of the questions where people said that they were really feeling ill at ease. And based upon the answers provided in the survey and through the different focus groups, we understood it was due to different reasons, because it leads people to really have an introspection work. First they look at what does that mean to me, that origin. And how can I answer that question? And on the other hand, people also are facing other people's looks. It's not only the way I perceive myself, but also the way others look at me. And this is also something we have to look at. And discrimination is very often based upon this, the way people look at you. And then you also have, well, do I feel Belgian? Okay, but do I simply, well, feel Belgian, or do I highlight other identity-related aspects in my answer? And then data collection on the origin, the fact that you provide information regarding your origin, this is also something that gives rise to a lot of fears in terms of instrumentalization. So people are afraid that these data will be misused, by the state, by the authorities. People are afraid of the uprise of the far right. What will happen with my data if the far right comes to power? They are afraid that their data might be misused by the police. So they are afraid that there might be a misuse of their information, and they are also afraid that this would lead to the creation of categories that would distribute people, that this would further lead to even more divisions in society, and that it would not be useful in the fight against discrimination to come up with all these categories. And so in our study on self-definition, we realized that it's useful, but it should not be harmful. It should not reinforce stereotypes. It should not harm further more people that have already been subject to discrimination, because each and every time they are facing these difficult questions. And therefore, this requires a balance. It may be useful. These data are also useful to really highlight the importance of inequalities, but at the same time, particular attention has to be paid to the sensitivity related to the trauma that may be related to those discrimination-based experiences. And so when you opt for self-discrimination and definition, you need to use a sensitive, human-based approach. And here we highlight the respect of privacy. So this means that the legal framework needs to be complied with. So one has to really be in line with the GDPR rules, but you also need to show respect for the national regulations related to data protection. And then data also need to be anonymous. So this is one of the fears, because in the past, some data that were not anonymous, and so data on people that were not anonymous may have given rise to huge dramas. So a lot of people insist on the fact that if such data collection takes place, this should absolutely be anonymous, and so it should not allow us to really identify the identity of the people. Besides, people need to also do this on a voluntary basis. They should also be in a position to really refuse and not provide their personal characteristics on data. And at a given time, they should be in a situation where they can say, no, I no longer want to provide this personal data. And there is another crucial aspect: communication and transparency. The people you ask to define their origin, well, they need to understand why you ask them to do it. Is it in a legitimate goal? In that case, sometimes it's really something that leads to fears, and it requires a lot of transparency. Also, why do you collect the data? Who is collecting the data? Who is storing the data? Who is processing the data? All this needs to be part of an accessible communication and public. You should understand your goal and your reasons in order to give their informed consent to be a part of this data collection. But communication is really of paramount importance, because we need to recreate confidence. People are afraid of providing these personal data, so it's important to recreate that confidence with the respondents, the target group. Because if no confidence can be achieved, then people might boycott that exercise, or they might simply give the answer that they think are expected from them. So they might not give maybe the correct answer, because people might say, well, for instance, which is your nationality? They might say Belgian, even though it's not the case, because so you need that confidence. This will lead to more honest answers and better quality data.
And then a final key message. It is important to have a participatory approach in each stage of the process. So participation is essential in order to gain trust, and also to make sure that the categories are well thought through and therefore of a good quality. It is important to think about that in every stage of the process. For example, when you draft your questions, when you look at the methods, when you make your analysis, when you interpret the data, and also when you disseminate the results. Specifically, when you draft questions and answer categories, this participation is essential. I said previously that it is a major challenge to do this, and if you have more participation, more inclusion, then the answer categories will be more in agreement with reality, and that will increase trust. we wanted to work in a participatory way to the extent possible. And during our focus groups, for example, we talked about the questions and answer categories. And there was a lot of useful advice that was given during the focus groups, and I would like to share some practical things with you. For example, one of the recommendations was to speak in the auto-definition question about origins, because people can have several origins and that should be recognized. So how do you see, or how do you define your origins, plural? That's the first recommendation. Second recommendation, it is important that people can indicate several answers. The focus group said that it was important to have the possibility of indicating 4 origins, because you've got 4 grandparents and they represent somebody's origins. Now, we've also seen that there are not a lot of people who actually use these 4 categories, so we think that 3 might actually be sufficient too. Another useful piece of feedback was to have the answer categories in alphabetical order. That might seem evident, but it isn't, because very often you use some hierarchy, and then you first have Belgium, and then you will have the Netherlands and France, and then for the European Social Survey, for example, you had Congo at the end. And that means that there might be an impression of hierarchy in origins. So one piece of feedback was to use an alphabetical order. And then also the fact that you need one free answer, but people told us that it can be stigmatizing if the open question is used or uses the term other, because then these people can be considered as different. So it is better to use, for example, I identify myself rather as, and then people can complete that sentence. As for the terminology, we also received a lot of feedback from our survey, but also from the focus groups. And there are a few things that I want to share with you, but there is a lot more. First of all, the example of the Rom community. We organized 2 focus groups with Roms, and auto-definition is extremely important and relevant for these people because it is based on a different method than the proxy method, which usually does not capture the Roms. The Rom community is a very diverse group, heterogeneous group. It's kind of an umbrella term. There are a lot of other groups that could also belong to the Rom community. So we had discussions about this in order to understand the categories that we should use. We did not want to end up with 10 different categories. And the conclusion was that it's a good umbrella category that could be recognized by most of the people. But of course, this is something that we can still think about in the future. Another piece of advice was that it could be a good idea to mix geographic and ethnocultural categories. But we also found that some people prefer to use either one of these definitions. For example, for the ethnocultural categories, people from Turkish origin, or people who had previously said that they had a Turkish origin, that they could not really recognize themselves in these ethnocultural categories, and very often that they did not fill out anything, or that they used the open answer. So perhaps we could add Turkish in the ethnocultural answers. So these are just a few recommendations, but in the report you will see a practical guide rather at the end of the report, so do have a look at that. We're not saying that it's absolutely the best solution for auto-definition, but I think that it is a good starting point based on our results. Of course, this is something that can evolve over time.
Si vous devez
So, if you have to go back home after this presentation with one idea, our results have shown that definition is valuable, but you need a sensitive human rights-based approach, and at each step you need to have a participative approach. And so based upon this, we also came up with some recommendations, and these are meant for political decision makers, but also institutions that collect data. And so amongst these recommendations, well, the first one is to use self-definition as a useful measuring instrument. It may be useful in education as an employer, for instance, also to get data on the origin. So it may be a tool to measure the inequalities that may be observed in a certain domain. And it can also be done in combination with proxy variables. If you have administrative data, if you have a personnel register, you might also add a self-definition data, and then you will get a much more nuanced approach, and you'll have a more exhaustive view of the situation, because you'll have data related to the nationality, but also data regarding the way people feel a number of things, perceive a number of things, and so you'll have a more complete overview. But if you do it, you need to abide by a number of ethical principles, such as respect for privacy. You need to stick to the legal framework. It has to be done on a voluntary basis, and consent information. And one of our recommendations is also to set up a permanent dialogue platform around the exchange of these data. So it might also be related to the topics already tackled by my colleagues, but in this platform, political debate might be held regarding how do you name, how do you measure racism based upon discriminations? Should self-definition be used more? Yes, in some cases, or no in some cases, but an ongoing dialogue should take place on self-definition and the quality data. And in this platform, different data collecting institutions might need to also be represented to engage into an ongoing dialogue. So which definition do you use of origin in order to make all the data available more comparable amongst themselves, but also over time amongst the different countries to get more harmonization regarding the data we have on origin in Belgium. And then the traditional recommendation we have highlighted we need more research. So this was only a first step, but we don't have already made a solution. And so the results we collected from our study, well, we conducted a lot of analysis, but we might have done many based upon the age of the groups, because depending upon the age group, people may also identify themselves in a different way. So we know that there is a need to duplicate such a service on wide samples that should be more representative of the Belgian population in order to have a much more thorough view of what's going on in Belgium. And in the next research work, it's also important to involve the different communities. In our research work, we also involved some communities, but not all. And Belgium is highly diversified, so you need to highlight this participation approach, but also involve the different communities that are also concerned. And so we also need more research, because how can we really implement this in Belgian statistics? How and when, under which shape should it be done in a harmonized way for everyone? This should also be subject to more research work and also having more intersectionality to get more data on the self-definition of people. But this should also be seen with disability, the age, social situation. So many other data might be relevant, and these are intersectional data. So we still have a lot of work to be done and need to. So this is the end of our presentation. Thank you for your attention. And so Do you have any questions? Oh, yes, a very frank and open question. Someone will bring you the microphone. Hello. I have a methodological question too. When you talked about nothing about us without us, so how do you find us without being normative, in a research approach? Because you have to set up focus groups. Who is part of the focus groups? Who is outside of these focus groups? How do you define this when talking about the legitimacy issues that have to be taken into account? Yes, it's a very good question. It's a question we certainly also raised. So what are the populations we've tried to include? If I remember well, our approach was the following. Well, first of all, we wanted to reach out to the 5 most important national origins that are prevailing in Belgium, knowing that in these you have France and the Netherlands. And of course, we assume that there are less discriminations based upon these nationalities. We also looked at the advisory groups, and through these groups, we heard very often that the Jewish community had to be consulted because they undergo some discriminations based upon origin that may be identified through the proxy question. So yeah, we worked in this way. We tried, of course, to include as many people as we could, knowing that we could not include everyone. It was based upon the insights we got from civil society, the feedback from the experts also, and we had some ideas as to who we were trying to include in the focus groups. But for the survey, we used monitoring every week to see who was answering the surveys, who was filling in the survey, and we could observe a diversity in the nationalities, in the age of origin, the age of the people, the level of education, because, well, through the weekly monitoring, we knew which group we had to turn to more, who should have also received the questionnaire in order to reach out to more people. Well, thank you for your answers. But you've been talking about the Roma community, and you say it's very difficult to determine who is part of the community, who is outside of it. So when you set up focus groups, it may be oversimplified for other groups. Did you have other discussions, other groups that were supposed to be representative of a so-called community? I'm not sure I've understood your question properly. So by having focus groups with the Roma, we knew that this would not encompass the entire diversity regarding the Roma. Yes, there might have been discussions in the focus groups regarding who could legitimately be part of them or not. Well, we set up the focus groups in partnership with associations from civil society. We got in touch with people we knew that were working in associations representing the Roma group, because we were, well, we did not want to have a contact attached with the people in order for this to remain anonymous. And so the ones who came to the focus groups were the ones who decided to take part in this and the ones that were contacted by these associations.
I am Luc van der Broeken. I work for AXA in charge of diversity and inclusion. For 4 years, we've organized a survey on diversity and the feeling of inclusion in an anonymous way, and I found that your contributions were extremely useful to improve our questionnaire, but we would also like to do some auto-definition, because we've got a lot of ethnic diversity in our company, especially at the first layer of our hierarchy. But we would want to give these people the opportunity to grow in our company, and that is why we think that it would be useful to have an auto-definition survey. Do you have any experience with that? Well, I have already received such a question previously. Our recommendation in general is that it is better to work in an anonymous way. And we also have GDPR, so we do have to respect privacy. Now, we do not have any specific experience, but I do understand the question. And there are certain risks if you do not do it in an anonymous way, also regarding participation and regarding exactitude of the data. I think that people might be more reluctant to give an answer if it's not done anonymously. But I do understand where the question comes from. I do not have a final answer on what would be the best way forward. That only confirms that it is a difficult question indeed. It is indeed.
Yes, I have a question regarding the respondents, so the people who answered the survey. So this survey was targeting some public, or was it accessible to all? I haven't really understood this. Well, this was open to the entire Belgian population. We talked about people living in Belgium. This was a target group. But of course, we wanted to send it and get answers from a highly diversified population in terms of origins, because you've seen this in the statistics. We had, well, 42% of the people were Belgian, and they said that their origins were also Belgian. So it was interesting for us to get that group, but we did not want to have only that group. So we sent it specifically to some associations. So we also sending emails to associations, but everyone could answer it. It was posted on the UNIA website, but our target group were also people with foreign origin.
Thanks.
Thank you for the presentation. I thought it was very useful. I was wondering, the self-identification method. So you do have a number of questions for a specific group of people, and I was wondering to what extent other organizations could also use your questions for their target group, or is it important to look at how these questions can be used, whether they're specific and correct enough for the target group in question? Well, we think that it is important that our questions are not copied as such. We do have our recommendations, of course, and we hope that they will be used, but every context, every research project is different, so it is important to really look at what your organization needs. So we have questions that could be valid for the whole Belgian population if we would want to question everybody, which is not the case. I can imagine that in a specific context, you also need more specific questions and perhaps also more specific answers, depending on the organization. Because in some organizations, certain groups can really be overrepresented, so perhaps it is possible to use extra categories. But I think that with our recommendations and suggestions, you can already have a head start, but it is important to look at the specific context and perhaps tweak the questions a little bit. And as I said previously, it is also important to do this in consultation with the groups involved.
Bonjour.
Hello, I have a question regarding self-definition. In national statistics, you gave the example of Stadbel. I see how you can use self-definition in surveys, but how do you do when you work with primary data? How can this method be used for huge statistics that you use, for instance, in Stadbel? This is a very good question. I'm not sure I've understood your question.
How can we use this type of auto-definition with national statistics, so with administrative data?
Yes, but anyway, you have to find another way of questioning people, of putting questions to people. You can't have self-definition without having people have their say in the way they are being self-defined. So you need to use a national census or a survey. Well, we no longer have that national survey, but or census, but based upon administrative information, you cannot do this. Yes, but this is my question. I have the feeling it's impossible. when you deal with primary data, you talked about StatBel, where you don't have a self-definition, but StatBel cannot put these questions because here we're talking about other types of data. No, for StatBel, it's impossible to come up with these data because it's not done within the framework of the legal framework, but it might be possible in an ideal world to have a census on the Belgian population, the way you have such a census exercises being done in other countries. And in that case, it would be possible to have this question. But in Belgium, we had a national census, but it came to an end in 2011. The census, yes, yes. No, it goes on, says someone. We might discuss it. Yes, but then we would need a question to be put to the population.
In
fact, well, you've introduced that tool that may be seen as a model to try and reduce discriminations. I imagine that this is the aim, but in fact this tool is mainly used in Anglo-Saxon countries, so in the US, in the UK, in Canada, and those countries are not real examples when it comes to combating discrimination. If the US to be that huge country that fights and that has managed to reduce discrimination, so we would have known it. But my question, therefore, is, well, what is, well, is it really interesting to use that tool that didn't work in this way elsewhere? What is a guarantee that it might work here? And this model, does it also consider the identity misuses? Because this model is exclusively based upon the origin. But, I mean, you have complex identity. I mean, and in complex identity, you can consider different elements, and all other elements are left aside. And the only elements that are being taken into account here are the identity-related elements. So the misuse is that some identity groups might be then set up. And so it means that society would be even more fragmented. And so the society would only be an addition of identity groups. So in that case, we would not contribute to solving discriminations. It would rather lead to the creation of more discriminations. I'm familiar with these types of questionnaires. I'm a Canadian. And indeed, yes, you fill in forms. And in these administrative forms, you can you have that possibility. You can self-define yourself. But, I mean, self-definition is also related to public measures. So if I belong to a visible minority, and if I identified myself as belonging to this visible minority, when I'm going to apply for a grant as a student, or when I apply for a grant, I will enter into this visible minority category. You could say it's okay, it's good, yes, but the risk is that the criteria related to the merit will be lowered when you deal with a type of category. And indeed, I was part of juries where grants scholarships had to be granted. And when you entered some particular categories, then standards were really lowered a lot, So in that case, you could say, those people, they are not capable of applying with everyone's standards. In that case, you have to lower the level. And this creates biases, while initially you are supposed to combat the bias. So I simply wanted to share this experience. Maybe we can take that question to give floor to other questions, maybe. Well, to answer your first question, we haven't tried to copycat the model developed by Anglo-Saxon countries, even though Anglo-Saxon countries have done it a lot. But the first IEDCB project was based upon European guidelines of the subgroup on inequality data from AFRA. And most of these guidelines promote the use of self-definition because this is part of a human rights-based approach. This was one of the key messages in the guidelines. And this was a little bit questioned during the first project. So we said, could we work with self-definition? And one of the recommendations of the initial report was, well, use a self-definition when it's possible and appropriate to do it. And during the second project, we wanted to see whether it's possible to work more on the basis of self-definition. Our aim is not to suggest that this would be a ready-made tool to combat discrimination, but in some contexts, it might be a tool that might be used to identify cases of discrimination. But here we're not coming about an application at the national level of this in all equality data. It was only an initial reflection because based upon our research work and methodologies, we have understood that this might be instrumentalized and that this might lead to more discrimination. And in our results, we said that if this is used, this should be used in an approach that really tries to prevent these negative consequences.
Merci déjà.
Thank you, because I think that your intervention was very interesting. And well, in my work, I was inspired by the socioeconomic monitoring. So I'm working at the Observatory for Students' Life at the ULB. And in our survey, we used the nationality at birth of the parents to identify groups. But we also took a European survey question related to the experience based upon discriminations. It was a level 5, in your text. My question is related to the methodology because we faced a methodological limit regarding self-definition nationality at birth of the parents. Well, here it was a proxy. It was used as an objective data, so we could identify a proportion of the students group that was probably of non-European, non-Belgian geographical origin, and we could identify students that were more precarious, that were more likely to experience difficult and material difficulties, but based upon discriminations experienced that we used instead of putting a question related to self-definition, saying, for instance, I'm black or not. Well, we used this because it was a little bit less, politically sensitive, to be used. It was more politically acceptable for the institution, but in fact, very few people reported that they had undergone discrimination. So our question was, have you already been subject to discriminatory treatments because of your language, your weight, your skin color? And so we didn't have a lot of results, even though we saw that a large section of the students group could have ended up in that group. So how can you work with these limits? And this was my first question. And the second question, well, I've forgotten about it. Sorry. Well, I do not really know how to answer your question. Well, in our survey, we got quite a nice response rate to the question related to discriminations, and a huge majority had they reported that they had experienced discrimination, something we haven't really talked about in this presentation, but something we looked at, and you can find this in report, it's the self-hetero perception. How do I think that others perceive me? So next to self-definition, people also define how they thought that the others were perceiving them. And so here you have people that felt being perceived as black, and they stated they had experienced discrimination, and their rate was higher than the ones who see themselves as black people. So you can see the results, by looking at the report online. But this question is not an easy question to put, because this is a question where people really felt more ill at ease. This is where a lot of people didn't want to answer that question, or replied by saying, I do not know. So it's not an easy question to put, and I don't have a solution to your survey. Yes, it's a difficult question for different reasons, because it leads to different pronouns. It's difficult to know why you are discriminated. It's also structural, it's racism. It's difficult to know whether you are discriminated against. So this question leads to a number of challenges. It's also very important to also provide a context. In your survey, I do not know to what extent you've done this, but this can be an important element. Why is this question being raised? If this is not highlighted enough, it may lead to more difficult answers. Yes, indeed, we specified that it was anonymous, confidential. We didn't say, have you experienced discriminations? We raised several questions. First, we said, have you experienced different treatments? Have you been subject to insulting intervention speeches? And in the comments, we could also see a number of people who said that they were white, but they said that they were the subject of discrimination because they were of a white skin. And here I said, well, I can no longer trust the data. I can no longer use the data. This is not what I've tried to identify here. So here, this was also leading to limits in terms of the methodology, while for other questions, for instance, when talking about the economic situation, you see that the answers related to the feeling about the economic situation are in line with the more objectivable data. Well, thank you for your answer anyway.
We are running a little bit late, so this is the last question because lunch is waiting. But of course, if you have other questions, do not hesitate to contact us either today or by phone or mail.
Thank you for your introduction. It's nice to see that this is a lively topic. I've put that question for 10 years, to Patrick Charlier. I asked him, how can we measure? Because it's like the tree hiding the forest at the level of the businesses. I'm speaking more specifically about companies. Generally, well, it's illegal to measure in Belgium. So it's nice to see that here we have some possibilities, and we see different businesses here in the room today that are trying to see how this can be worked out. My two questions are the following ones. If you look at European method, you show the grid, and I see different groups, Belgian, Walloon, Flemish, and then Congolese underneath. This method, can it be adapted in Belgium? Because you said this was used at European level. Could we use the same methodology at the level of Belgium? And second question, regarding, well, your tool on EDIF, it's the self-scan, if I remember well, or self-monitoring, or the do-it-yourself, yes? So through your research work, are you going to upgrade this to have a template that might be available to the public that would incorporate the proxy data as well as your identification data? And this question, meritocracy-related question, is very interesting because there are several tools like the media surveys that showed that 95% of 98% of management committees are made up of white people, 93% are made up of men. And so I'm really raising questions regarding meritocracy, in businesses. If we measure, where do people like me disappear, when selection recruitment processes take place, interviews take place? A very concrete answer to your second question, yes, the monitoring do-it-yourself tool will be adapted based upon the results of this survey. So this will become very exhaustive, complete, and easy to use for the employers. And this might allow you to understand where people are getting lost, in their career development, where you see that glass ceiling. And to answer your first question, the list of categories of the European Social Survey, stems from the European Standard Ethnic Classification, if I'm not wrong. And it's therefore all the countries, you have a European standard list that is being adapted to the different countries. This one is a Belgian list, but this list, we submitted to the focus group. So we started the focus group discussion with that list of categories, and we asked them about their opinion. We asked them, do you find yourselves in these categories? This was used as a basis, this category list. And then we had some suggestions, amendment suggestions. We cannot say it's an ideal list, but this can be seen as a debate point. So if your practical guide, if you read our practical guide, at the basis we use that European list. Well, thank you for your questions. Thank you.
But I might as well start my introduction. So, first panel, we're going to discuss how we can turn research into action. I think the most of the people present here would probably have chosen for a job to fight discrimination in our society. And today we celebrate the conclusion of two important research projects. The results were presented this morning by my colleagues. Now, sometimes it is difficult to see how such research projects can lead to tangible changes in society. And that will be the topic of our panel discussion. And we have a number of people here who also strive towards more justice in society. And they will talk about how we can shift from data to acts. I'm Laura Berthoud, and I work with the colleagues that spoke this morning in UNIA's research team, and I will facilitate this discussion with Elise Deroite. She's the director of policy and research at the Christian Mutual company. They do research regarding care in general, but also accessibility of care, mental health, health policy, etc. And they also have two policy teams and also a team for international cooperation. Olivier Magritte of the Belgian Disability Forum. This forum brings together 20 organizations working on disability. And Olivier wants people with a disability to be heard on a national and international scale. Nina Henkes is the coordinator of KIF, a non-profit organization. She is sociologist and a journalist, and she works with young people and children in vulnerable situations. And Etienne Devaux is responsible for the inclusion team within the Federal Public Service of Strategy and Support, so the federal administration. Together with his team, he wishes to strive for a more attractive, inclusive, and representative public service. So these are the people that we will have our discussion with this afternoon. And the first question is, do you think that the policy today is sufficiently based on data? And I would like to ask this question to each and every one of you. We've got a number of microphones, so you can just take them and hand them over. Perhaps I can start. Thank you very much for having me. In my field, human resources in the Federal Public Service, data, surveys, and statistics are extremely important. Our cabinet uses them, and they can lead to policy decisions. And perhaps I can already give the floor to my colleague. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, UNIA, for inviting me. And perhaps I can also explain the context that I work in. Within KIF, we work on discrimination based on racism, and we do that within the context of the existing political framework in Flanders. I think that data are not used sufficiently to base our policy on, sometimes very simply because the data are not available. Sometimes we do have data based on field tests, for example, but we see that even though these results might be used, they're often used to raise awareness. I see that the policy often is based on ideological hypotheses regarding the place of minorities in our society. And I think that that is something that can definitely be improved. Thank you. I am not used to speaking in the microphone and with the spotlights. I think that we can say that data and statistics are most certainly used. Are they being used in an efficient way and in a correct way? Well, that is something that we can perhaps discuss. I am quite certain that the data that we have are not sufficient, that some important data are missing, and that sometimes it is also quite difficult to connect data according to the level of authority, for example. So that makes things a little bit more complex. And then another difficulty is that the organizations representing people with a disability, they also use data from a quantitative point of view, but they do not necessarily have people within their headcount that are specialized in data and statistics. As for the sector of disability, I do think that things are moving a little bit. There's also another project within UNIA that is important and that goes beyond that. So I think that the administration and the political world do take into account this reality. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's an interesting project, and Olivier has spoken about it, but it is true that we also have an enormous set of data. So we reimburse healthcare, and that means that we indeed have a lot of data. And these data cannot always be used. They are not always interoperable, and so very often it is difficult to use them to do something for more vulnerable groups. It is sometimes quite difficult to have the information that is sufficiently disaggregated in order to really understand the vulnerabilities of specific target groups. For example, when we talk about health and gender, it's very difficult to have data. And the same can be said for the auto-definition of origin. So it is quite difficult to get the right information. So it is also difficult to have some well-targeted research. The data exists. There's a lot of data, but it is not always possible to use the data. Very often, the data have a specific reason of existence, such as the reimbursement of healthcare in our case, but very often they are not used for secondary purposes. Yes, that is indeed the second question that I wanted to ask. If there is indeed a gap between data and acts, what do we need to do? We can reorganize the data, but perhaps you have also other ideas? Yes, indeed. I think that the question of how can we shift from data to acts, well, that in the first place is a political decision. A decision that is partially based on the hypothesis that there is discrimination and that we do not want discrimination. That is a hypothesis. Now, when we look at the context in which I work today, I must say that it is not evident at all, because in the public debate, we see that questions are raised regarding a number of topics. We've even heard it in today's debate. So there's a lot of doubt that is cast on all these aspects, and extreme right parties are also playing on semantics to speak about what is discrimination and what isn't, what is positive discrimination, etc. So they also turn around the imbalance of power in our society, and we see that this is something that causes a lot of confusion with people. So we have a lot of things to do in order to make sure that the concept of equality can continuously be defended. And it is not easy. We do not have a one-trick pony that we can use for that. It is something that we have to continue to do time and time again in order to make sure that the idea of equality and non-discrimination can be defended. So thank you very much also for the people who have reacted today. Now, it is also essential to know that it is possible to speak about people who are not discriminated against, but who are perhaps overrepresented in our society. That is also something that can be used. And in 2018, we looked at this elite, men, women, white people or not. It's a debate that we have to continue to lead, because there's a lot of pressure. So we don't have to be afraid to have this debate, because people would prefer not to have it at all. So it is important to have a good foundation and to create that political willingness. Yes, indeed. I also have another question for you, Etienne, because you collect information regarding people who work for the authorities, but I've understood that you use different methods, such as auto-definition that we talked about earlier today. I will try to be complete but concise at the same time, which is quite a challenge. If we think about people with a disability in the authorities, then we have two methods: a structural reporting based on administrative data on the one hand. So that means that we have this information on an annual basis, but we also like to have some qualitative data, and we have a commission that gives advice to the authorities and also figures in order to draft recommendations. There were 10 of them. It's the Commission of the Inclusion of People with a Disability that drafts these recommendations. In 23, we also launched a survey with people working for the authorities on a voluntary basis, as was said this morning. So this is an important aspect, and it's also anonymous. People can also add spontaneous comments if they want to. So it is important to understand what this anonymous voice is of the target group. And then we also have people who want to be an ambassador, who want to defend their groups. And that is important. We've worked with a number of people like that recently. And then we also have the structural monitoring regarding people of a foreign origin. We do not have any positive actions yet, but we do look at this in detail because we also want to see the future trends. And we work together with the university, and we organize surveys. People can identify themselves, so they can do an auto-definition, and we also try to understand how important that is for them at the level of music, food, etc. So people who want to speak about this, well, we give them the opportunity. So these are just two simple testimonials. And I do have a follow-up question regarding origin. Apparently things are moving into the right direction, even if we're not there yet. And you've done the same thing for disability, but you haven't reached the 3% yet. But you're doing something more tangible, right? Is there anything that you would like to say about that? Yes, the finding is clear. We haven't reached 3% yet in the different organizations, which is the legal objective. Now, there's a lot of pressure at this point in time, and we have also drafted some recommendations, for example, to recognize the situation of people living with a disability. We also want to strengthen positive action. We want to give priority during our recruitment process. We had one priority earlier on. We now have 3 regarding people with a disability, and we hope that we will be able to give priority to people with a disability and also offer them a specific contract. Thank you. We already talked about the fact that it can sometimes take quite some time before we can go from data to actions. And I believe that you were saying that this 3% rule has existed for a long time and that we now finally see some concrete actions. So perhaps it is a good thing not to give up hope, because sometimes things just take some time, right? Yes, well, this is indeed a brilliant example. This is a measure that dates back to at least 20 years. That is when the law was voted upon. And it's only these 2 or 3 last years that we've really seen a change in things. And as far as that is concerned, I think that we can say that the organizations use a lot of data in order to try and do something. But it does take time, and of course, if they have more data, they will be able to do more. Now, regarding people with a disability, the governments have been questioned, notably the federal government, based on the data, but the data have also been used in all kinds of reports that need to be produced for Europe, for example, but also for the Commission of the Human Rights of People with a Disability. Then we also have a number of other contexts. Now, it's quite interesting to see that at the moment, Belgium will be heard regarding this aspect, that all of a sudden things are changing. And that is not only the case in labor-related activities, but also elsewhere. The fact that one can be heard or perhaps even assessed by peers at the level of the United Nations, for example, that is something that can indeed play a role. But the organizations in the first place will need to provide the data to the UN experts. So it is important to provide data and possibly recommendations as well. And there's a figure that I wanted to share with you. In 2019, that was the last time we met up with the experts of the United Nations. Well, we then saw that defense was the public service that was closest to the 3% criterion. That is something that we would not have expected. And it is impossible to analyze why that is. But I thought it was quite interesting. Would you have other success stories that you would like to share? Because there might also be other fields. Well, yes. I wanted to show this, and I was starting out in Dutch, and I have already given my answer previously, so that is exactly what I was trying to say. Good. Now, Elise, can you perhaps give an example of tangible actions that you have taken based on your research?
As I said, we are a structure where we use data a lot in order to influence political terms. As people in charge of managing social security, we have many hats, and for instance, for the first line psychological convention, so here there is some work to allow first line psychologists to intervene, and we realized that amongst youth, young people were more prevailing, but they were not always accessible because very often they cannot go on their own to the psychologist, or they are at school at the time when they are supposed to go to the psychologist. It also costs money to go and see a psychologist. So we looked at the way this convention was being used, and we had a plea for two things. The fact that for those aged less than 22 should take advantage of this services for free, and 25% of the consultations should also be held outside of the practice. Psychologists, in fact, should go to a medical house, to school, to a welfare center, and this is something we managed to get within the convention. So now those aged under 23 get a care for free, and you also have 25% being outreached. And we also conducted studies regarding inequalities in terms of health, and depending upon the economic and social circumstances, the health status could be different. People who live in poor districts may be twice as likely to die of diseases in comparison with those living in a wealthy district. So we are lucky to have a huge sample in terms of our population, and so we realize that we cannot have the same policy for everyone, and therefore it's important to collect specific data, so a policy which is the same for all depending upon the starting point want to give rise to the same results. If you do not know how to go to a hospital, even though the healthcare is available at the hospital, if people can't reach a hospital, it's difficult to reach your goals. So you need the same goals for everyone. And if you have the same goals, then you need to help those who cannot get access to those means even more. We are lucky to have a lot of expertise in terms of data analysis, and we also get a lot of data. But as Olivier said, without the data, it will be much more difficult to really work at the level of the advocacy because you also have a lot of ideologies related to these concepts. So I think that these two examples are quite clear. Yes, I may imagine that it's quite difficult to go and ask your parents to give you money in order to talk about them in most of the cases. Yes, indeed. There are many barriers to accessibility. Being able to identify these barriers, these thresholds, for specific groups is also something important. So it's quite appealing. So you are twice more likely to die of disease depending upon the location where you live. Yes, and you saw completely opposite behaviors amongst the less and more favored groups. For instance, having a scan, for a cancer screening, a breast cancer screening, going to the GP. Well, this is being used a lot better. While the less favored groups, you see them a lot in psychiatric institutions, in emergency wards. This data analysis has shown that there is tension in a system which initially is supposed to be available for all. But you see that, so in fact, it doesn't reach its goal in terms of accessibility, in fact. Yes. question to well, I may imagine that you also worked a lot with young people, with children. You may have also noticed this access to the healthcare, to psychiatric support assistance. Yes, indeed, indeed. Yes, you have an unequal distribution, indeed, yes. Would anyone want to react to this even more? Yes, maybe one small example to illustrate how this is being used. Because, I mean, of course, you may have data, but afterwards you need to make use of data. We've seen some good examples showing how data can be used, but sometimes, yeah, bad examples. Last week, I heard a communication from the Belgian Railways company. They welcome the fact that more and more youth use resort to online ticket vending machines. But they've forgotten to say that they've closed down, the offices, the counters. So, of course, they've created this so their demonstration is based upon something which is nonsense. It's because there are more people helping to sell tickets that people go to the vending machines. The other day, I had to help a lady. She didn't know how to purchase her ticket, but I had to explain that she had to put her €5 note, in a certain slot, and she was really panicking. She didn't know how to do. It's not normal. It's not normal that a third party, someone like me, in a station, that I have to take someone's money and insert it in a vending machine. This is not acceptable in a country like ours. Yes, it's misleading communication. Yes, we see that misleading communication. For instance, I mean, the equality data, the equality related to minorities. Well, these data are very often used in order to individualize some structural issues, to culturalize some of these issues. Some good examples are the criminality and numbers and the extreme right. They use these numbers to say these are the groups that commit the crimes, the offenses, but they forget to say that, well, just as we see in society, you have another variable. I mean, social classes also intervene. Very often poverty plays a role, and there is a big overlap between people from migrant backgrounds and people who live in poverty. We saw that Vorat, the Social Democratic Party in India, last program, they made a number of far-reaching proposals so that gender inequality be tackled in families with a migrant background. They base themselves upon serf numbers. And so here they looked at the school performances of some girls from migrant background. And their solution is that one should intervene in families. But here the intervention variable is also the socioeconomic category. And this is disregarded in this analysis. And we do not think of, well, what is a problem at the level of those schools? No, people immediately think of, well, what is going on in those families? And so we see this on a regular basis. The numbers related to cultural minorities are being misused in the public debate in order simply to gain some votes. And the fear of course to collect and to share these data may be well understood and grounded. So yes, if you include social classes in the analysis, afterwards some actions might be reinforced. Yes, certainly. And this is also what was said this morning. I mean, one has to have a cross the reflection, at a cross section in order to come up with good solutions. And we should not cause more harm, through these measures. In my field of work, racism, I've realized that, well, by having such a huge overlap of discrimination based upon the origin and socioeconomic exclusion, well, I see that this also leads to a whole dynamism that cannot be clearly understood, and people think too much in terms of colors, but in fact it's an artificial analysis of people's reality. Yes, so what Nina said is very important. You have the feeling that if you have data, it will be obvious for everyone. No, it's important also to study the data and to look at the significant data, the one that won't be significant. See how you can integrate the data, starting from research studies, in order to assess policies. It's not because you have statistics that these statistics mean something in a given context. You need to compare them with other groups in order to come up with study models. And you have scarcity of policies in this respect. In the health sector, now we see a lot of barometers showing this is a trend, but all of you said, if you do not know why, if you do not identify why behavioral change has been observed, you might miss the real cause, this is something missing in the way we try to understand the data-based environment and to react to the multifactorial, the intersectionality. Well, at our level, in the report on the situation of people with disabilities in public sector, we look at the age category, the level of function, and gender, female, male. And hereby we can see that people who reported having a disability are older people. So here recruitments might introduce some changes. Maybe we need a better monitoring. And maybe it's easier for them also to talk about the experience for people of foreign origin. Well, Belgian people with a foreign origin, well, since we've realized that we're closer to that group in our staff, based upon the administrative method from Stadbel, well, our cabinet also got this statement, and we said here we are going to communicate on our diversity in the staff, say that people are welcome whoever they are. So here in the beginning we thought that the people in this category might have had some lower skilled jobs, but the monitoring showed that they were well represented at more or less the same level. So here, thanks to this, we could make better decisions by crossing different types of data. Yes, we also, well, this morning we also talked a lot about participative studies. So one has to also involve the people concerned. But this morning we've also seen that participants may be a little bit bored, because they do not see which impact would come out of this. We already touched upon this. Nina, you told us that this is something that you've also seen on several occasions. Yes, indeed, there is a certain fatigue. People are a little bit fed up with this. This is due to several factors. We already talked about this morning and this afternoon. And with participative analysis, of course, you have balance of power between the ones who are represented and then the researchers who can decide on what will be represented and how. So when you tell people how you're going to work, I think that it will be more keen on cooperating And so we already talked about the necessity for an ethical framework. Well, this is not done enough, and this is quite frustrating. Quite often we are asked to find participants to answer surveys. Well, people are analyzing their role as victims of racism, of discrimination. It's a trauma when they have to talk about this. This is emotional, and at the end of the day, people are not even thanked. The interviewers do not tell them how they are going to use their personal data. So many things are not handled in the right way for the time being. And when you look at things in a positive way, for UNIA, for instance, I mean, when you develop these frameworks, you can also see how to proceed. Well, with that survey on racism, I think that some experts have already been working around this. And here we can still improve our surveys. So here it's still possible to further develop and improve this in order for the communities to see this in a more positive way. I think that we could do this for the different groups. Well, yes, I fully acknowledge what Nina said as to the way so experience-based knowledge also needs to be taken into account. We realize that we also need to consider the know-how of the patients, but in the methodology, people don't pay enough attention to this. People are asked to share very intimate reflections. They are asked sometimes to repeat difficult points on several occasions, while this is not seen as knowledge, and this would allow us to integrate this in knowledge construction approach. So since you have simply given the floor to a group, you simply think that you have involved them properly in the group, and you go on with statistics without paying real attention and importance to this approach. And I think that this also leads to frustration from people who are willing to share their experiences, because they've made a huge effort, and you don't see this in the results, in the outcomes, because maybe no particular attention has been paid to their efforts. Let me give an example. We looked at the conflicts at the end of people's lives, at the end of a person's life, the families, they may enter into a conflict as to the management of the patient. This may have a huge impact on the way they are going to perceive the quality of the care. It's a very touchy, difficult period. We've all gone through these times when we had to be next to a close relative at the end of his or her lifetime. So you don't have time to manage this. There is nothing done to manage the difficulties. We realize that there are also sometimes huge gender differences. Women are taking care of the support at the end of people's lives, while men rather take care of the financial aspect. And a number of things are not seen as a real knowledge building. So we also have to pay attention to the acceptability of the care. This is very often not considered in the protocols. And this is also important in the self-determination of the origin. I mean, the acceptability of the policies also relate to the fact that one has to be treated with respect as an individual. And this is a very important point that Nina has just raised here.
Oui, alors c'est sans doute pas du tout le même contexte. Donc
this is not the same context, but we have more than 100,000 applicants in the group, and we have 65,000 members. And we organize focus group with visible minority samples. And what came out of this, we organized focus groups, and people wanted people to turn to them for their competencies, for their skills. Of course, this went against maybe positive initiatives, but they were not welcome, these initiatives. So having this focus group, even in a limited way, really told us how we should communicate towards those people by showing that diversity is welcome and come up with interesting occupations. And I've really appreciated this because the feedback we get may be very interesting also. If I may also say something, in the working group on equality data, there is an important step. It's about the definition of disability. It's quite essential, but it's also very complex because depending upon the situations, a person will be in a disability situation or not. A person with a wheelchair who is an academic, who has a university degree might not have a problem in some situations, while someone whose disability is not seen, but a person who had also 3 university degrees, but a person, for instance, who had a brain injury, a stroke, a person who had a stroke will be in a very serious disability situation. For instance, when having to deal with an ambrose, someone might no longer be able, for instance, to work with numbers if that person through a broke, while that person was trained as a statistician. But disability situations are very, very diversified, and this leads to more complexity. And then you have the intersectionality also in situation of a woman who has a disability and who has a specific ethnic background. Well, that situation will be far more difficult to manage in comparison with situation of a white gentleman, a white male.
I would like to ask a last question to all 4 of you. What are important lessons that you have learned throughout this process of going from data to actions? What needs to happen, or what lessons have you learned over these last couple of years? Well, there are a number of things. First of all, it is extremely important to have data, to collect data, and to make sure that they're interoperable. There's not a lot of attention that goes to this on a political level. When we talk about people of a different origin or people with a disability, sometimes it is considered as something that is nice to have, but it is not the core of politics. So it really is important to have high-quality research, because there's a lot of information that is missing, for example, in the health sector as well. If you look at the way in which people define their origin or their gender, then we see that there are major differences. We also do not have clear methods to mobilize people. We have PREM and PROM as methods that can be used, in which we use the experience of patients, for example. We should also use variables that make it possible to make sure that people can have an impact also on the outcome that is not purely medical. And then finally, and we've already discussed this, I think that it is important to have good quality information. For the time being, the information is not sufficiently disaggregated to actually be able to use them. We very often have generic data, so that means that we're quite often blocked and we cannot combine these data with other sources. So it is essential, in my view, to make sure that data are interoperable. That is really my major concern. I would say that I've really appreciated the work done in the working group. When we talk about statistics, then people often say, oh, we don't understand. People who are into statistics, they do not listen to us. They live on a different planet, etc. Now, I found this working group that made it possible to discuss this openly without any problems. And people were very much aware of the challenges, and they were open to understand the reality of the life of people living with a disability, and I thought that that was really essential. And then the same thing for you, I think, because we know each other a bit, and I think that we can say that we see that it's very different now compared to, let's say, 20 years ago. When I met people of the Plan Bureau, they didn't understand anything, and now it's a lot better. So we see that there's a new generation, and we see the difference. And it's also a question of the level of competency. I think that we also see more competences in those organizations that represent people with a disability. We see that they also publish articles based on data, and they find the data where they are available. And that means that there can also be a dialogue between people who work with figures and people who work on the field. That's a good message. I think that the most important lesson that I have learned regarding research and data is that it's really about the power balance in society. This is something that we see time and time again in research projects and the way they're organized. KIF is trying to do something about it. We receive a lot of questions whether or not we can contact victims of racism, whether it is possible to interview them, etc. And I asked researchers to turn things around. For example, instead of writing how people with a foreign origin experience discrimination in the healthcare, well, if you turn that around, then it is also possible to do some research into how health professionals feel that they do not have enough information about racism and discrimination. Now, an activist once said there's nothing wrong in participant observation except that it observes the oppressed and not the oppressor. I think that that is an important lesson to learn. That it's going to be difficult to do better than that, but thank you for the quote. Now, these last couple of years, in my experience, I see that things can change. Change is possible, so we need to be optimistic, not naive. We just need to find the right arguments. And I think that in my context, it is better to use figures if we can combine them with professional advice of experts who work in the area. We can also work with organizations, we can set up partnerships, and we also work with UNIA and a number of other partners. Probably not enough yet, but we try to reach out and we try to add our own information to the data that we find elsewhere. And I think that if we do that, we can do something. We can find the right partners, we can find the right arguments based on the constitution, on values, etc. But even in the economy, we see that we need all hands on deck. So it really is essential to work in that direction and to have the broadest panel possible. And if we use a lot of arguments, then we will probably be able to do something. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. We have a bit of time left for possible questions. So if you have questions in the room, we can give you a microphone. So please raise your hand if you would like to ask a question. No questions? One last chance. It's a very practical question. The 3% in the public sector, this has to do with visible and invisible disabilities and mental health, because we know that about 15% of the population has a disability. So 3%, really, it's not a lot. So if we can't even manage that, I know it's not really a question. Perhaps I can react. When we talk about disability, it's all types of disability. So we have a number of sources on a federal, regional, and communal level. But indeed, it's different types of disability, and the 15% is based on auto-definition, and it's also for people from 1 to 89, or I don't know what. So it's not just the active population. It is possible that some people do not wish to work or do not want to work, or perhaps they do something in a different sector, not in the public sector. So I don't think that these figures can be compared. It's 15%, all ages, not necessarily active population, and we talk about 3%, and I just can only confirm that we see a slight improvement. Yes, indeed, the organizations would want to see more than 3%. If we achieve 3% one day, then of course we hope that all the public services will continue until 4, 5, 6%, and that we do not necessarily need a percentage, because if we have a percentage, we also have a limit, and then you can decide that it is enough to reach it and not to go beyond it. That's a major risk. I see that there's another question in the room. Yes, also regarding the 3%. And the Belgian population of foreign origin. When we talk about 3% with a certificate, well, I have the impression that in companies, a lot of people do not want to be stigmatized, and therefore they do not have such a certificate. So all of that remains under the radar, and we do not necessarily have the right measures to do something to compensate. And that might lead to other difficulties in the long run, including burnout. So I was wondering, what is it that we can do to do more than the 3% with, or for people with a certificate? And then regarding the group of Belgians of different origin, I was wondering in what way we can make sure that the data are maintained confidentially. So what would be the possibilities here? Because we can also think about all types of discrimination, glass ceiling, etc. As for the final question, we have had an anonymous monitoring where we've used the figures at the level of the National Register, but without passing through an individual phase. So we just have a figure for all the federal services and institutions. So this is really a global figure. We're not aiming at anyone in particular, but we just wanted to see the figures to find out whether there were any difficulties. As for the disability, we do understand that we are probably under-reporting because not everybody wishes to ask for a certificate or want to make their situation public. But we're trying to do something. Now, the average percentage was 1.40. That was for all the federal services together, and we have a number of institutions who've reached 3%, 3 more than in the past. So we do see that there is an improvement. And in order to help people who need help, we're also trying to work on a cultural level. And we have a charter, diversity and equality, in 2022, and it was signed by everybody within our public service. And we also continue to organize training sessions for all kinds of target groups, preventative consultants, human resources managers, etc. So we really do not only want to indicate the restrictions that exist, we also want to shed some light on the opportunities. For example, if a number of reasonable adjustments can be made for people with a disability, then we can indeed give recommendations in that sense. Thank you. And it's perhaps not a direct answer to your question, but a lot has to be done in the field of disability to work, because it is true that some people do not want to be identified as such. So it really is an important issue in the labor market. We now have 500,000 people who are in incapacity to work. And that is a figure that will still increase, I'm sure. And that is because there are not a lot of adjustments that are being made. We do not do a lot about burnout prevention, etc. So there is a certain policy that exists, but it does not go far enough. We have, for example, the policy regarding the end of people's lives, and we ask for a well-being plan, but it is not compulsory. So we see that some groups are extremely vulnerable, even more so if they've already had some health issues before. So they will quite soon develop some difficulties on the level of productivity. And this is a challenge that is a really important one. It goes beyond the statistics. So it is really important to have preventative policy decisions and to also keep in mind what is required for the person in question. In the context of the federal service, I talked about the certificates, so we've covered that. And as for the adjustments, we do not need a certificate for that. It is just a question that can be asked to the manager. And it is perhaps not easy, because sometimes people do not want to ask the question. They do not dare to ask the question because they do not know what reaction will be. But this is something that has to be done by the worker, and we have to respect that rule. But there are so many things that we can develop, for example, teleworking or having a second screen, etc. So there really are a lot of possibilities that can be found quite easily, but it requires a different mindset and some patience. And I think that we've got time for one final question, if you want to. Yes, please. If nobody else wishes to take the floor, then I would like to ask a question regarding the interoperability of data. It's a difficult word, and you mentioned it also. And I wanted to know whether you perhaps have some ideas about how to solve this, because I know that it is, for example, important to cross data of the health insurance with data of the National Register. That I think that it goes quite far already, and I would like to know what you would prefer. And then this morning, people spoke about a national platform with all the data providers, for example, and then also the people who want to use these data. And when we talk about interoperability, I think that such a platform could really be interesting. Yes, thank you. We are part of several projects, and we work on fair data, findable, it's accessible, interoperable, and reusable. That are the different characteristics of these data. So that would really be a fair data environment. Now, for health data, for example, there is the HDA, and the mutual insurance funds are also part of that group. So we are members of the steering group. And one of the major challenges is that we need documentation. And Olivier said it, I think. There's a lot of information, but if you do not have a lot of expertise in data interpretation, then it is very difficult to actually do something with it. It is not because you use an antidepressant that you are depressed, because there are also a lot of off-label usages of such products. You can use them, for example, when you've got an irritable bowel, for example. So if you do not have very good knowledge of what the data mean, then it is also very difficult to use them or to cross them with other data. And then we also have the GDPR requirements. So how can you make sure that people are protected? I think that several members of the panel have spoken about risks. And we know, for example, that sometimes it can be dangerous for people to have too much access. So I think that the first step would be documentation, especially when it's about payments, either with us or within the hospitals. We see that very often the documentation is missing, and you really need a lot of knowledge about the sector to understand. So we do it with the different mutual insurance funds. So we document all the documents that we use, and we want to have that within this platform so that it will be easy to file demands, for example, in a way in which the data can also be used. I do not know whether that is an answer to your question. It is, thank you. Okay, then we can conclude. Thank you very much for participating in this panel.
Installez-vous.
So please have a seat. So this is our last panel. So I think that some of you know this expression. You're talking to me? Are you talking to me? Well, today we're going to say, well, are you talking about me, Sue? What you call me, Sue? I'm going to ask you all to stand up. Please stand up, all of you. And now you can sit down. Do you realize what has just happened now? You know, the powerful language you knew. Only by using my words, I had you stand up and I had you have a seat. So language is not about communication. Language is also actions. It can hurt. And this is what we're going to talk about this afternoon during this debate. How do we talk about ourselves? How do we talk about everyone, about the artists? This is what we're going to talk about. We talked about self-definition this morning, defining categories without really closing people down into categories. How do we show respect to one another through language? And also, amongst others, when talking about equality data. Today we're going to talk about language through studies and research work. So how do we think about the way we call people categories, what should we avoid doing. And we have four members here. Amakisi, who is a researcher at the University of Ghent, and she also studies the underlying mechanisms of racism, and she has also contributed to social reflection on the consequences of racism on health. She's a clinical psychologist, and she has helped marginalized groups with a therapeutical approach. Esther Kaublan is the manager of MRAX, the Movement Against Racism and Xenophobia. She is active in the university environment for more than 30 years. She's also working around the identity of migrant women. She's an expert in racism and decolonization, and she's the recent chairperson of the Brussels Council on the Eradication of Racism. Marianne Nicard, for more than 10 years, she has been an activist. She's a speaker, and through her channels, she has shared her experience. She's a woman who is really representing the association Dig voor Mekaar, and who represents the rights of really profile people. And we also have Justine Deon, who is working with India Hub, a non-profit making association. She has worked about the repercussions of the health pandemics, and users are at the center of their work. They want people with disabilities to be listened to. So let us start with the questions. So, in my introduction, I showed how language matters. Words may change over time. Those who've been working in this field, and Esther has been working in this field for a long time, we have seen some changes as to the terminology which is being used. But this morning we heard people speak about, are we talking about obesity, about weight-related discrimination? It is important to use the right words. My first question is to Esther. Given your experience, your long experience in this field, how have words related to racism evolved over time? What have you observed during those 30 years in which you've been active in this field? Thank you, Patrick. As we see in our sector within VRAX, racism face is changing. It has evolved. So with the evolution of racism, you've also seen development in terms of terminology, and this has impacted our fights, our field actions, and also the training programs we've organized. So in order to be in line and to meet the needs of our target groups, we've also adapted to the new terminology that has appeared. Just to take an example, for instance, in the past, people spoke a lot about people of color. We thought that this was not relevant enough to describe the racialization process that those people have experienced, and progressively now this has become personnes racisées in French. So these are words that call upon a number of references. Of course, a word may be accepted by one group of thought, depending upon the representations that each group may have of this terminology and of what it refers to. So the the evolution of terminologies. Well, we are really paying attention to this. Sometimes we discuss to see whether we keep on using this word, which no longer seems appropriate for our group, but maybe a new terminology might have emerged, and maybe the people feel more at ease with this. And in our training programs, in our raising awareness actions, in our advocacy, because we are spokespersons in different platforms, we want to make sure that the terminology we use to really designate our public be in line with their realities and be in line with the way they perceive themselves and the way they want to be perceived. So here, of course, these groups are also involved, and they have to accept these new terminologies. For instance, at a political level, in the past, politicians, right-wing or extreme right-wing politicians talked about the bad guys, racailles, when talking about those color people. And so now they've wanted to change, their approach, and they pretend they are not as radical. And now they talk about the young people from less favored districts. And so you see that such words, and terminology may evolve over time. And we, as stakeholders in the field, we have to adapt to these changes, because I mean, when talking about the groups that are being designated by these words, well, some of these words may be more supported than others. If I hear you well, what you've said is quite interesting. So not only do we see that the people who are in the anti-racist movements, but also the academic groups have changed, but also the ones who are against foreigners, they've also changed their terminology. We've seen those changes in all these groups. Yes, they changed this in order for their speeches to be also in order not for those people to feel directly attacked. They do not want to be seen as racist. So in fact, of course, the first line groups are the ones we pay attention to, but these words, these terminologies are also changing when being spoken out by politicians, because people from the far right, they do not use the same terminology as people working in grassroots organizations. So they want to pretend they are not as racist. So they are simply talking about people from less favored districts, when describing those people. So the organization of this panel has given us ideas. Why wouldn't we come up with a dictionary that would highlight how these terminologies have evolved? And maybe, well, during the second question, we might also see how people accept, to be called like this or like that. Well, thank you, Marianne.
Iets zeggen daarover, ja?
Would you like to say something? Yes, I wanted to add something. I wanted to say that the discussions about language and the role of language is extremely important, because language will determine how we see reality, but also what we do with it. And people say that language evolves and that it is important that we adjust, we adapt and use the right terminology. But I think, as a scientist, that it is essential that we accept our responsibility and that we also critically look at terms that we use in our research. racism and discrimination are terms that sometimes are maintained because of research. So sometimes I think that it really is important to stop and think about the words that we use and the impact that that can have, and to think about more inclusive terms, perhaps. So it's not just taking over certain things, but also actively thinking about language. Thank you. Marianne, about language. This morning, we presented IEDCP2, and we discussed whether we had to speak about fatness or overweight. So what would your vision be as an activist? Well, weight discrimination, what is quite interesting is that it is quite new in terms of research. The obesity epidemic is something that has been researched for 20 years or so, and people say that there are more and more fat people, but not a lot is done in the context of discrimination, weight discrimination. Now, we do not use the term obesity or overweight, for example, because first of all, it has to do with the BMI, and on the other hand, it's also very medicalized. So in my case, it would be morbid obesity. So that is not really a very pleasant term. And sometimes people just use curvy or words like that. But we think that that does not really say a lot. So very often we just say thick or fat, or people with excess weight or weight of, and then fatness is also a specter. So it really depends on where you are situated to really see how you experience discrimination, for example. So it really is very important to understand what is meant, and furthermore, there is also a lot of intersectionality with gender, race, etc. So I'm really very interested to see what will happen in the years to come. The term obesity is a medical term, and it refers to the context of disability. Now, we also have the United Nations with the rights of people with a disability, but very often we now say people in a situation of disability, whereas the term used before were more stigmatizing. So what would you like to say about this regarding the target groups that you work with?
It's true that in the field of disability, it's even more striking, this medical paradigm, because we also get those distinctions that were made in the 19th century in psychiatry, where you talked about people with medical deficiencies, people use the words such as idiots, so you have all that vocabulary that is being used, and now we're talking about people who have a disability, and this is also showing how society is really looking at disability. If we're talking about a person in a situation of disability, this is maybe because the environment has placed that person in that disability situation, another person, him or herself, so this is also a reflection that we see a lot in the associations environment. So to insist much more on that environment that leads to a situation where that person is in a disability situation, another person, him or herself. And so here we're trying to strike a balance, trying to see whether the disability is only medical or only environmental disability. It's probably both. And so we also try to see how people call themselves, and very often they talk about themselves by using the expression personnes avec déficience, so persons with deficiency. So this is something that seems a little bit violent and discriminatory to me, but this is something that we often hear from the people themselves.
In your research, what would be the words that you would prefer and why? And can you perhaps give some examples as well about the terminology that you use when you speak about victims of racism? The words that I prefer, well, I must admit that those words have evolved over time. A few years ago, I would probably have spoken about people of color, but now this is something that I look at differently, because it means that white is the standard, it's the norm. And that is why today I've often heard not white, but that also puts whiteness in the center. Now, I've read a lot about it, and I now prefer the term racialized person. That is a term that comes from the English language. It is not really very well known in the Dutch language, but I think that it is a good description because it recognizes the process of racialization. And I know that it is a subjective idea. It's important to say it because research will never be neutral. There will always be some bias based on your own context, based on political factors. So whenever you do research, there will be an influence of all those different factors. And I also start from my own position, what I feel comfortable with. So that is why I use that term nowadays. Today, I also heard people speak about how important it is to involve the people that we do research about. And I know that I am not the spokesperson of my whole community. So what I think is not necessarily what other people think. So I think that we have to involve people, not only as participants, but also in the research teams. Now, I am from Ghent. Perhaps you've recognized my accent. I think that in Flanders it's quite striking that most research teams are rather white. And that will also determine how you do your research, what words you use, what you see, what you don't see, the hypotheses that you start out with. I know that I'm saying a lot just to get the message across that as a scientist you have to be aware of your own role, and that the preferences that you have regarding language will depend on your own context and background. Now, sometimes I was wondering whether people who have been the victim of racism, perhaps they might not want to be called racialized, even though they might have experienced racism. That is possible, of course. Racialization just recognizes the social process that contributes to having categories in the first place. There is nothing in our reality that says that somebody belongs to a specific racial group. But if you speak about racialization or racialized identity, then you do not say that a person will be discriminated against. Now, the chance might be bigger, but I think that it is important to make that distinction. I also think that it is important not to limit oneself to the social identity of somebody when you think about racism and the experience that people might have. This is also something that we have to research. Self-identification has been discussed today. That's a good thing. But in general, racism is based on the perception of somebody else and not on the auto-perception. So we really have to ask questions about social identity, but also about perception.
Esther, you wanted to react to this. Yes, because I share her view. Well, It's not because a term, has changed, that the new term, which is quite frequently used in our circles, is being supported by everyone. So whether we're talking about the people who are active in that field or the general public, sometimes people do not want to be called racialized persons. People, they simply want to be treated like persons. Persons means individuals, your name is A or B, that's all. They do not want to belong to a category of racialized people. And you also have the word, people from minority backgrounds, because this is also more and more used when talking about communities that are the victims of racism. You also have this terminology. Sometimes it's better accepted by some people, by some stakeholders who are working in the field. So you also have emotional aspects that also play a role in the way the new terminology is being accepted on now. Or not in the field, by the media and by others. And this also has an impact on the way a person perceives him or herself, how they want the others to perceive them, how they feel the others perceive them. So you have three dimensions in this identity that may be in tension in the terminology that is being used to name a group of persons. In the study we have done around self-definition, we had a question about, so how do you define yourselves and how do you think that the others see and perceive you, and how would you like to be perceived? This was the third one. Yes. Regarding terminology, stigmatization, because there is a type of stigmatization in being perceived as a racialized or a person. A few years ago, we had a discussion about this. I'd like to hear your reactions to this. Some associations of people who were deaf did not want to be considered as people with a disability. They said that these were mere minorities that want to be seen as cultural minority groups with their own language, their own code. They did not want to be stigmatized as people with disabilities. Do you see this on a regular basis? Yes, I agree with that. Here I'm going to take an example mentioned by a colleague. So he had to shoot a video of Pascal Duquesne, who is the actor from the 8e Jour. And in this video, he said, disability, no, this is not a topic to me. And he was talking to a person with a disability, and that person said, no, I do not agree with you. I want that word to be used. To me, it's important. So I mean, the fact there is a specific need related to this has sometimes to be taken into account. You have some people who really want to claim that they have that disability. They want to insist on this. And of course, this disability is not always invisible, while others want to really take it away, to erase it. We are working with people with an intellectual retardation or a disability or impairment. But here, since you're talking about a disability, a sub-disability, so sometimes so the partners with whom we work want this deficiency, this impairment to be recognized, but not all the people have it, of course, so it's difficult also to generalize. And I haven't specified this immediately, but I mean, unlike the other people in the group, so we work on the second line. I'm not personally concerned by intellectual impairment, so I cannot provide my own opinion as a person who is in a disability.
Marianne, are there any doubts about use of the term thick or fat in your organization? Are there people who really do not want to use that word for themselves? It's quite interesting. From an activist point of view, a lot is being done to reclaim the word thick or fat as a neutral term. Sometimes I present myself, I say, hi, I'm Marianne, I'm thick. And then people would say, no, you're not thick, you're beautiful. Well, the two can go together. So there is really a social stigma because thick might mean lazy, unhygienic, of lesser value, etc. And I think that people especially want to oppose those connotations. We would just want to reclaim the word as a neutral word. At the same time, within the movement, if you look at body positivity, which first of all was a civil rights movement of the 60s, it was really about equal opportunities and equal rights. This has now evolved, and it's like, oh, now I have a little bit of fat around my tummy. We also have the term body neutrality. You have to feel neutral about your body. But I also know what is happening in other organizations because I can feel neutral about my own body as much as I want. Still, I will experience discrimination. So for me, as a fat person, it does not have a lot of meaning. And now, people who are not fat might say, no, we just have to feel neutral, but that just does not pay any attention to weight discrimination as a phenomenon. And would you sometimes speak about the fact that fatness could be recognized as a disability, because a disability is protected from a legal point of view? And I was wondering whether that is something that you reflect upon. I think that being thick or being fat is not the same as having a disability. So I don't think that the two would go together. I am thick and I have a disability. The two do not have anything to do one with the other. Some people might have mobility problems because of their fatness, and then there might be a link between the two. Now, the question is also whether the society has been adjusted or whether perhaps you experience your situation more strongly because the world has not been adapted. Now, our point of view is that fatness is not necessarily a disability. We had a case. It was not necessarily a disability, but from a legal point of view, it was looked at as a disability in order to ask for reasonable adjustments, whereas at first it had not been considered as such. It just changed like that throughout the procedure. I also wonder whether it should be considered a disability in order to get reasonable adjustments. But would that be fair? No, perhaps not, but that is what the law says at this point in time. Now, self-determination, we also talked about that this morning. In what way would you take that on board in your research? Because I suppose that this might be something that you do in practice. I will answer your question immediately, but I first would like to react to what Marianne was saying. When we talk about marginalized groups or groups that are marginalized by society, then it's especially the role of society that is forgotten. Very often there are real discussions about the person, whether specific characteristics are really linked. But very often it's really because of society that people feel marginalized. So we should probably spend more energy understanding the structural factors that contribute to this. But then to answer your question, The question was, yes, what do you do with self-determination or auto-definition? How do you go about? Well, when we want to understand the social identity of people, we just ask them. We use fixed categories, obviously, and we also give people the opportunity to add another answer. I have heard a lot of interesting ideas, things that I will take on board for the future. But what struck me is that origin is considered as a general umbrella term. It has to do with nationality and a number of other things. And sometimes you have a survey that will focus more on skin color, for example. And then there might be nationality and things like that. Now, I really try to separate those items. So first of all, it is important to map characteristics that could help me to understand how people are discriminated against because of specific characteristics such as skin color. And we also use proxies that can help us to have a better idea of the ethnicity of somebody. And I think that it is important to make that distinction because it allows us to understand the similarities and differences that might exist in the experiences that people have. I think, for example, about my own experiences compared to my mother's experiences. If we would only use nationality or the first nationality assigned at birth, then I would be considered as a first-generation migrant, such as my mother was as well. But I must say that for me, the Flemish culture, I have appropriated a lot more than my mother. So I think that there will be major differences between how I stand in society than my mother. So I think that these are nuances that we should also try to map. I do realize that the way I look at research is also different from the role that this could play in reality. Nina Henkens was talking about how we separate a number of characteristics because people's experiences might be intertwined, but still, at a level of research, I think that it is important to get a very clear view of the situation, including intersectionality, which is not possible if we put everything under the same umbrella. For example, somebody who is black, who's a first-generation migrant and who doesn't speak the language, compared to somebody who's just arrived from the United States, for example.
I have a question for the four of you regarding self-definition and the terminology which is used, but mainly regarding self-definition. You have any reflections or experiences that may show that some answers, different answers may be given to self-definition depending upon the person that puts a question. If it's someone with a university degree, is it a school administration, investigator, and then the goals, why these questions are put. So one of our recommendations is to explain why and how. So for the same person, depending upon the person who has put the question or depending upon the reason why these questions are put, do you think that answers might be different? Yes. I say yes, because it depends on who is conducting this investigation, this research work. What are the goals that you want to achieve through this scientific research? It also depends upon the space, who is putting the question, who are the research workers who are working here. And even the location matters. If it's done in a university setting that the research work is being carried out, participants might respond differently versus an area where people would feel more safe. The more people feel safe, the more they will be sincere in their answers, and less you'll observe biases. But less secure and safe people feel, they will then tend to give the answer that, according to them, is the expected answer. This is a bias we observe in the field research, because the other people's perception also has an impact. Our legal experts used the notion of a racial load that also has an impact, because the respondent wants to please, the research worker who has conducted that research. So that respondent will provide answers that, according to him, might be the ones that are expected from the researcher. And then you also have the culture in which that person has grown up, the education that a person has gone through. When a person comes here, that person has gone through migratory route, that person may have gone through a very long pathway, or the wounds that a person experienced. When you ask them, how do you feel, how do you define yourself, if that person says, well, I am a Belgian of Ivory Coast origin, or the opposite. No, it's not only that, because you also have all the interactions, the social interactions that a person went through, the cultural shocks that also have an impact. So many, many things are to be taken into account. And so it's important to consider all these elements in order to really try and reduce the biases, because the more biases you have, the more the research outcome will not be in line with reality in the field. So putting people in situations where they feel emotionally, psychologically, physically feel safe, put them in a safe place. I've heard some people say, well, I have been asked, is it okay? And I prefer to say it's okay instead of saying it's not okay, even though I didn't feel okay, because I do not want to undergo negative consequences. Some people do not want to share their testimonies. They are afraid of being stigmatized by their community of origin, or they might be also be misperceived, by other communities. Some people could say, you no longer belong to our community. So all this is done because of biases that people have developed regarding themselves, because sometimes we have received so many stereotypes, biases about ourselves, and finally we root them into us, and at the end of the day we act really as our own torture, because we are full of these stereotypes that we soaked up, through the way other people perceive us. And at the end of the day, we behave the way we think that others want us to behave when dealing with them. This is what I wanted to say. In the disability field, do you also have this impact? Well, depending upon the context, depending upon the fact that people feel safe or not, do you think that there might be different responses? Have you experienced this while Esther was talking about this? I thought about this. Well, initially people use the word that they are used to using, and listening to her, I was saying, yes, well, those people sometimes they are being managed, medically speaking, sometimes from a very young age, and so some words were used. Sometimes the diagnosis may have been established. There were some suspicions, maybe of a certain diagnosis if a person has been institutionalized. When you're talking about the recognition of this disability, then you end up in squares. You have some points being ticked. Maybe this also has an impact on the word that people will decide to use, because maybe these words were used by other people when describing them. When people talk about a person with autism, who is on the way to autism, well, this is not a word that the person themselves will use. It's also based upon the diagnosis that may have been posed, based upon the disruptions maybe. So all these words which are being used for that person, well, maybe that a person uses them in turn, to introduce themselves to the others. Yes, probably it also has an impact on the way people call themselves. Marianne?
I agree with everything that has been said, because it was really true. Now, what is also quite interesting in the context of weight discrimination is that we have the pressure of diets on the one hand, and that there's not a lot of information about weight discrimination on the other. And a lot of fat people do not know that they're discriminated against, and sometimes people might even think that that is what they deserve. So I think that that will also have an impact on the answers that you might give. It depends on how you formulate the question. For example, weight discrimination in the care sector. If I ask people, have you experienced weight discrimination? They might say no. But if I say, have you been excluded from certain treatments because of your BMI without any other explanations, then they might say, oh yes, that has happened. Or have you been informed correctly about specific drugs, for example, that the morning after pill does not work that well if you exceed a certain weight, and then they might not know that. So there is a lot of discrimination, but at the same time, people do not really know that that happens, that that is something that exists. So I think that is important to think about asking the right questions.
I'd like to take advantage of the last 10 or 15 minutes to give the floor to the people in a room to put their questions. Yes, here. And please say who you want to put your questions to.
Yes,
Yep, right,
in English,
okay.
yes.
So, Jacqueline Bowman, and I'm representing the Foundation for the Rights of Citizens with Obesity. So, I've also, hi. So I will also say that I've been a very active member of the working group putting this report together, hence why you see a lot on page 45 related to the official classification of obesity and all these things. But what I wanted to say, because I've listened and I've heard with great interest everything that the panel had to say. I've already got my autism diagnosis last year. I'm Black, Belgian, of South American origin. I'm living with severe obesity. And and I'm going to tell you why. The reason that I wanted to really make this clear is that the WHO classified obesity as a disease in 1948. So it's not a discussion of should it or shouldn't be, and I'm about to agree with you in 1 second. Don't worry about that. So classified as a disease. Now, what is that disease, which goes to all of the conversation that we've just been having? It is actually either abnormal and or excessive accumulation of adipose tissue, and here's the bit which has been missed out so far, which may impair health. So you can be any size. If it's not impairing your health, you don't have obesity. That's my point. If you can be my size, it's definitely impairing my health because my adipose tissue is not functioning properly. So one thing that I found really, really insightful, a lot of things actually, but in the conversation, is the importance of language. And what we'll see is that I've led an initiative, very long story short, with almost 200 experts across WHO Europe to actually form a taxonomy of obesity, so definition, scope, contextual usage, in the language of other major chronic diseases like diabetes, cardiovascular, and all of these things. So again, to Marianne's points about size and this and that, completely understand where you're coming from. I've not always been this size that I am, but I can tell you I've been living with severe obesity for the last almost 30 years, one way or another. And what tends to happen is that when we start focusing on what is a symptom and one of the many visible signs of the disease of obesity, assuming that it's impairing your health, then actually what's been happening, and I'll say this, I also sit as an expert for the EMA, the European Medicines Agency, representing citizens' legal rights, because what's been happening is that actually people are being discriminated against on the grounds of health status, because actually this whole narrative of you're the wrong size because obesity equals size is one that's being perpetuated in Belgium and beyond. And so again, what's happening, and that's why I'm agreeing with a lot of what you're saying, but it's the other side of the coin, that the reason this is happening is because we are stopping at the surface level, how you look. Nobody's going through the why. You know, how is this impairing your health? What is obesity properly? And trust me, it's actually very simple to describe, and it has nothing to do with your BMI and nothing to do with your size. So I would say very strongly that moving forward, we need to actually have that discussion and not just focus on, quite frankly, the really the really awful rhetoric that happens to be that actually allows, in effect, society to continue their bigotry and their active discrimination. And in the end, what's happening is that people like me, who do, I'm about to finish, who do get an actual diagnosis, that we're then being denied our legal access to continuity of treatment. So I just had to balance that a bit because I know what the rhetoric is, and it's extremely counterproductive for this almost 60% of people in Belgium and across Europe already with a diagnosis of obesity, regardless of our size. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention. Are there other questions? Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres questions?
Could I have a...
Yeah.
Should I answer in English or Dutch? Okay, ik ga het in het Nederlands houden.
Okay, so I'll answer in Dutch. I agree with a lot of things that you've said. One of the reasons why we are against being classified as obese is that the discussion will be medicalized. It will just be about health, and discrimination, of course, also happens at the health level, but not only. So that is one thing. And the second point that I've forgotten now. Anyway, I would like to discuss this at a later stage. Oh yes, there's one thing that I wanted to add. When we discuss weight and we say that people suffer from their health because of their weight, well, if it is a thin person who has high blood pressure, then it's just a person with high blood pressure. If it is a thick person, then it's because that person is fat. But perhaps there can be different complaints, and sometimes weight can be a factor that plays a role, but not always. So if we're going to talk about obesity, and if we're really going to focus on health, then I think that those nuances might actually be missed. That would be a pity. Thank you. Could you perhaps give a few examples of forms of discrimination outside of the health sector? Yes, sure. I've already said a few times that there hasn't been a lot of research, so it might be difficult to find scientific sources, but some research shows that fat people might not be recruited as quickly or might not have promotion opportunities as often as slender people. Sometimes people also think that fat people should only date other fat people. I know it's absurd, but you should only date, for example, according to some people, within your own weight category. There are also limits in some countries regarding adoption. And in the army, for example, there are also certain restrictions, and they have nothing to do with practical tests or exams that you might need to pass. If your BMI is too high, you can't even participate. So those are just a few examples next to what we see in health.
Déjà cité, donc voilà. Je voulais compléter, mais ça va.
Ça va. OK. Est-ce qu'il y a encore des questions ou des interventions? Ah,
ja, ik vind het een heel waar.
I think that it is a very interesting discussion that we are having here, because we're talking about the implications of experience something as a problem. I am a clinical psychologist, and the same thing is true in my field. It's always about health problems and health disorders. And I think that that language blames people. People get the blame of their situation. We always tend to say that something is wrong with a person. So I do understand, and non-verbally, I felt that this was quite an emotional discussion for you. I could see that, and I just wanted to say it too, because I saw it and I feel it. And of course, this is something that will also play a role in different areas, health, but also on a psychological level, because I do not like the word problem or disorder, because I think that the problem is society. That is what we should look at. What is wrong with our society, and how can we change certain perceptions? Of course, this is not true for everything, but I think that it is important not to focus on the individual. We should also look at the environment, at society at large. I think that for me, the word serious is quite important, because it's so subjective. I have diabetes type 1. You might have seen my sensor. And when I say that to people, people say, is that the serious type? And I do not know how to react to that, you know, because it's something that I have, and everybody will experience it differently. And I think that we could probably say the same thing about fatness. Are you serious? Seriously fat, or, you know? So that is really problematic, I think. And the same can also be said for a serious disability, and where are the limits and what are the consequences. I think that that involves a lot of different dimensions. I think that there might also be a question in the chat. Yes, there is indeed. If we have time for just one question. The question is, English becomes more and more dominant. We often use an English term. For example, if we speak about people of color or racialized people, how do you see the impact of other languages on French or Dutch, and especially in the field of ethnicity? And we've heard racialized person, for example. That's a term that comes from English, and it's not really commonly used in Dutch. So I do not know whether anyone would like to add something.
Il y a beaucoup d'influence. Beaucoup. Okay. Est-ce que je m'entends?
There's a lot of influence. So you have, yes, great Anglo-Saxon influence on French-speaking countries like France, Belgium. So some words have really been developed here, and we use them in other languages. In Flemish, it's not always the same, you know. In Dutch, people say rationalized. In French, we talk about racisé. So we want to talk about the same notion, but when we look at this much more in depth, we realize that there are differences between the two words, rationalized and racisé, depending upon the goals that are being pursued, you know. So words, they come to us, you know, and we use them. And the media also have this influence, you know. We see documentaries, and progressively, you know, people tend to use these words. It's like fashion, you know. First you see this, and at a given time you consider this as a standard language, even though you realize after a while that maybe it's not so good to use these words. So we undergo this. Maybe we should think about this and try and use words that we would really accept, words on which research workers, academics would agree, so that we can use these words in the three languages in the country. So when people talk about these racialized people, that this should be said in this or that language. So maybe we should also take a number of initiatives, and we also certainly count on research workers like Amad to really move ahead in this. Yes, it's important. Maria. Yes, I agree with you. Very often words are being taken over. You know, we were talking about the word minoritized, you know, in English. But how do you translate this in Dutch, for instance? So we are actively working around this, you know, trying to figure it out. But, you know, I always have the feeling that, you know, yes, it's important for us to carry out that work, but let's think of the reality of the research workers, the reality in which we end up, well, as a person of color, you know, a black person, you know, a black woman. Well, we do not always have so much power in these institutions. Of course, we can engage into that reflection work, but who determines what will be seen as knowledge, what will be seen as objective? Grada Quilomba is a color university person, and he says, when I'm talking about my color in my work, then it's subjective. But when a white person talks about my reality, then it's seen as objective. We need to take this into account. Of course, you may write a paper, publish the paper, but who's going to make sure that your reflection work will be accepted by all, you know? That's what I wanted to add. Thank you very much.